This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve, where now we got here the kudu, a small group of kudu, which they're also doing their best of posing, also feeding. And this is what it's going to be about this afternoon. And this is where they're going to be because it's likely open. And of course, it's not cold at all. They might spend time feed, scanning around. And welcome aboard to your very own safari through African bush. Good afternoon again, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve, where we now still sitting right here on quarantine with these magnificent, beautiful antelope as a kudu. They're kind of like a mixed up here now, where the whole antelope, they're going to be around, sort of like helping each other, looking out, where it's kind of a wind picking up. My name's Andrew. On camera, I have Dwarf this afternoon. And so this is where we're going to begin and look around. It's also important to find out what the impalas and what almost antelope they're about, because they're food source for predators, which then lions, leopard, and that's what we need. Oh yeah. There was a Ngala in the background, just like I said, it's kind of like a mix of antelope in this clearing, building up. And more of the antelope, they may come out, since they were vanished into the wood where the weather was bad since yesterday. We're sitting on a temperature of 27 degrees and 80 Fahrenheit. And remember to talk to us on #WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube. If you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. But also those of you who haven't been registered, you can always register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the live safari page and you can submit your question there and we can tag them for you. And we can answer you right now, right here, live for you. We always talk about when we got an antelope all mixed up together. It's all about trust. Sorry, Cedric, you want to repeat that question? You want to know if the male Ngala is bigger than the female or is bigger than the kudu? I just couldn't get that there. A kudu male bigger than a Ngala, Cedric. Yes, kudu males bigger than a Ngala, male Ngala. Male Ngala, they're fairly shorter in size. Even the males, they don't weigh equally as a male kudu. So kudu is still way too big than a male Ngala. but also it applied the same way. A female kudu weigh even more feather than a female Ngala. So a kudu, they're kind of like slightly bigger in size species compared to Ngala species. But I can tell you the truth that in a kudu, they don't like very open much. They can come out like they're out, but they're gonna go back to the thicket. So because this is where they gotta be around and feed. So I'm gonna be moving on, looking around here. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Juan.
I feel like I just want to say, look at that. Just look at that fantastic green Kalahari view. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Yuan, and looking at the camera today, and looking after the camera position is Morgan, and we'll be your team in the Kalahari. But I'll just quickly take you back to that beautiful view, looking downhill. As I was going to say, looking at that gorgeous particular spot down in the plains and everything, we have decided to come to the eastern sections of the reserve today, or eastern areas, shall I say. And as you can see, a very nice combination of mountains to thickets to a bit of the dune formation sticking out here, as the eastern parts of the reserve is a bit different, looking at the western sections that we've been in over the last 2-3 days or so. But yeah, the beautiful representation of the Koranenberg Mountains in a combination to the savanna, to semi-savanna woodlands, coming into the dunes to the savanna environment. So a nice combination in these environments. So gorgeous. Stunning. So our plans this afternoon is we are going to go look at and try to see if we can find some male lions this afternoon. So we're going to continue going further east, northeast, into those directions of the mountains, and then see what we can do out and about towards that side, and see if we can locate on those male coalitions, as we haven't seen them in a couple of days. So yeah, we're going to see if we can pick up on those guys. It'd be very nice for us to follow up. So yeah, in the meanwhile, let's continue going further down the road here and see what else we can see down this way. Follow us. All right. And so with this beautiful, stunning peak that we're coming up to the top of the dune here, the stunning view, we're going to send you over to another stunning destination.
Well, welcome everyone to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve on this very, very hot autumn afternoon rather. It's actually the first day of autumn here at andBeyond Phinda, and there's a slight chill in the breeze, but it's still been quite a hot midday, and we found ourselves a herd of buffalo. Just looks like they're slowly grazing up the slope. And I think that they might have been, might have been drinking water in the midday. But my name is Ross, and behind the camera today is Craig, and we are coming to you, as I said before, live from andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Vanessa, that's a very good question. Vanessa has asked, are buffalo the largest herds we have on Phinda? And we have some quite big buffalo herds, Vanessa, probably close to about 80 or 90 in some cases. But I'd say the largest herds of animals that we get on Phinda are probably herds of Impala. I've seen some rather sizable herds, probably around 100 to 120 in some cases. But Phinda, because it's quite full of a lot of nutritious food for most herbivores, they don't need to sort of congregate around water. They don't need to move in such big herds. There's plenty of space for them to spread out and for small little family groups. That's why I think these buffalo don't get to massive sizes of herds like they are in the Kruger National Park or up in Djuma that we sometimes see. It's because there's a lot of great food and water here. You see these buffalo bulls, or some of them are bulls, some of them are cows, slowly flicking their tails in the breeze. There's a lot of flies around them at the moment, and you can see this grass is very, very tall and lush. In fact, it's so tall we can only see the tops of these buffaloes' back. That's just a sign of the amazing rain that we've had this year. There is loads and loads and loads of grass for grazers like these buffalo and other grazers like wildebeest and zebra, and that's what they are doing right now. Most of them have their heads down and they are grazing, feeding. And it's just a stunning, stunning view. Look at the beautiful mountains in the background and the clouds in the blue sky. Well, Glenn, that was also an interesting question, but there are a few ways where you can tell that a buffalo is grumpy. Most of the time, you'll sort of get signs that a buffalo is agitated when it's around you. If they toss their heads or lift their heads to you and snort. But buffaloes generally only really get grumpy if you invade their sort of comfort zone. They don't really get grumpy for no reason, except for maybe some old bulls that have a lot of parasites or sort of injuries that are aggravating them. But buffaloes will only generally get grumpy if they see you as a threat. Sometimes they'll actually, if you are really getting a bit too close to them, they'll walk towards you, throw their heads and snort as a herd. And that's how they defend themselves, or defend mostly their calves from predators. And that's why they live in big herds like this. If predators are around them, they will bunch up into a tight group and with their calves in the middle, and they will rush towards the predators to chase them away in their numbers. You can see actually there's a buffalo bull there that keeps popping up his head every now and again, and I think what he's trying to do is mount another buffalo. He's probably one of the dominant bulls in this herd. There can be a few dominant bulls in a herd of buffaloes like this, but he's probably one that's one of the dominant ones that has mating rights with the females, and he's trying to mount her to possibly mate with her. Not sure if she's in estrus, so I don't know if he's going to be too successful. But it doesn't look like he's trying anymore. Maybe she's not liking his attention too much. So I think our plan today is to hang around these grassy hills in the southern part of Phinda and see what we can find. Hopefully we strike gold for you this afternoon. But we are going to link you over to Andrew now, who's on a bit of a mission.
Good luck, Rose. And we now here at the Treehouse Dam, and we got a beautiful hippo sitting inside the water, but the head's up, the whole kind of like top of the body is up. As you can see, it's a lot of terrapin already finding their warm position. It's always incredible thing what you see back there, because hippos, they spend a lot of time in the water, but in the meantime when they're in the water, these terrapin, they do a lot of work around that animal, groom ticks, and a dirty or clean animal right away. So whoever, not only hippo but rhinos, even these buffaloes coming lie down inside of this water, wherever is terrapins, they all visit that animal. They kind of like a feed on meat as well, so ticks, those parasites that it's within the animal. Again, you say this is so cool. Well, yeah, indeed it is so cool. And I always agree with you if you were a hippo or animal that you will cooperate with such a small creature like that. So it's all about working together as a team. Those animals forage through these grasses, they carry a lot of a parasite. Hippo cannot groom themselves like other animals do, and they don't really use their rubbing post like rhinos and elephants or buffaloes or a warthog. They just carry those ticks back to this water and let the other creatures as a terrapin to deal with them. Harvey, so you're asking if oxpecker will land on that hippo? Yes, indeed. Definitely, if there is any sign of this bird, oxpecker, they would land right on top or any other part of that body of animal there. While this terrapin is still there, it wouldn't matter to these birds to land right on that animal. And the reason for that, they only deal with the ticks that are very visible, so they cannot submit down to the water to search for underneath part of that animal. They don't. Only this creature, as terrapin, will do that, because they are a water animal. But oxpecker, they can also take a drink from sitting right on top of that hippo. So we were busy doing our search here. Finally we arrived into this waterhole, finding this hippo and this little creature sitting on top of him. And we're going to carry on, do a little bit of a search around, hopefully for Kalamba, because it's her part of the area to operate.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird.
We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard. In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere, but one good thing was we found WildEarth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that a distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
Being a safari driver requires some serious multitasking ability. You've got to be able to talk, look at the road, steer, and occasionally get the vehicle into the right gear.
Do not crash into any trees. Oh,
Just jump into the car and hope for the best, and you'll see where it takes you. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm surprised they're moving as fast as that didn't go well.
Who is the best driver? Well, me, of course, although some of the cam-ops might disagree.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
It just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I it's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Wonderful. So as we decided to move on, that hippo trying to kind of like slightly reposition, all we see in these little terrapin, we're all about to just slide down to the water. But and sometimes the reason for that, because also a little bit of a head was up, so we all thought that maybe something approaching from the far side, where it doesn't look like anything, because it's still chill there again. This is the male hippo that is always occupying this treehouse dam. Sometimes we don't find him here, and then that means that he would move already out, or he hasn't returned back to the water again. Because they do that. Okay, so you're asking if the terrapin are a good swimmer? Yes, indeed. So they do that. So a lot of time they wander at the bottom of the water. Oh, beautiful hippo. Now it's showing off a little bit. It's just so impressive that it's probably going to change position, come our way a little bit. Yeah, they're a very good swimmer. They wander in the bottom of the water, sit around in that dirty mud underneath. And they'll eat on anything, worms. And there's a parasite, anything that they find in the water, dirty. And they'll feed on those. So they are a good swimmer. So we're gonna So there it's kind of like a little bit of a barf defecations. And yeah, I'm gonna send you across to Lauren.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome aboard. I'm happy to have you all here on my safari vehicle. Look at the most gorgeous scene I have in front of me right now. A foal suckling. I haven't seen zebras in a very long time. We did lose signal for a little while, but luckily signal found us. The joys of broadcasting from the wild. It found us. My name is Lauren, and I do have Impa on camera today. And we've came to Buffelshoek. Yes, I haven't been to Buffelshoek in quite some time, and so far I can see 4 zebras. And there's obviously a mother and a foal, which is very sweet. So lovely to see them. I go through phases sometimes of not seeing zebra for a really long time and then seeing them all of a sudden. And I was actually shown an awful video on Instagram or something like that of a stallion, a male, actually killing a foal, a very, very young foal, drowning it in the water. I couldn't watch the full thing. I couldn't go through with it. I don't actually know if he was successful or not. But basically, when it comes to zebra, they have a harem. Like many organisms, hippos are the same, and even reef fish. There's lots of reef fish that also have a harem social structure. And when a new male takes over, if there's young foals that are not his innate biological drive is to kill them, which sounds incredibly sad. It's just not viable for him to invest and look after offspring that are not his own. If they belong to another male, just like lions when they do a takeover, comes in, kills all the youngsters, and of course then it's time to mate with the females and have offspring of his own. It's a very difficult video. As I said, I couldn't finish it, but it showed the harsh realities of a takeover in zebras. Lions have a terrible sort of reputation for infanticide, but it's not just lions. It occurs across the border. And when males are young and they start to grow out, they actually leave of their own accord. They're not driven out of herds, they leave of their own accord, and then it's time for them to sort of make their own social structure. They'll start interacting with females. If they can't find any females to accept them, they'll create bachelor herds. And then slowly but surely they'll create their own harem over time. Isn't this lovely? I do have another riddle for you today, so do not worry. It shall come a little bit later. Greg, you're asking at what age will the calf be able to feed on grass? They're normally weaned by about 11 months, which is almost a year, just short of a year. But they will, of course, start to nibble, as with all species, on grass. It's a process. It's not just one day they wake up and they say, "Oh, no more milk, it's grass time." It will be a little bit of a process, but they will stay in milk for up to 11 months, which is quite a long time, considering they're born remarkably precocial. I mean, they stand within 10 minutes of birth, of arriving on planet Earth. 10 minutes. And then they're walking by 20, and they're even running to keep up with mom or the herd within the hour. Can you just imagine that? Little human babies running within the hour. Sounds terrifying. But they're very, very well developed at birth, the complete opposite of carnivore offspring. We call this precocial, but yet they do stay in milk for quite some time. They normally only give birth to one foal, so it's a high level of maternal investment. You won't really see a mare with more than one foal. And it's very, very hot. I don't know if you've been told already, but the sun is well and truly out, and it actually starts to feel like summer again. Although I strongly believe we're going into autumn, and I use autumn very, very loosely. But I've been complaining about the rain and the overcast conditions, so I'm not going to complain about the sun. Okay, so I'm going to head and scratch around for Inselli that Andrew had this morning. Hopefully we can find her. And for now, we're going to send you across to another live location.
From the one stripey event to another stripey event. Look at that, guys. So beautiful seeing this zebra mother with the foal actually just to its side there. And just seeing these guys in amongst this area with a stunning landscape. There we go. The little foal is coming out to the left-hand side, but just so gorgeous with that red sand of the Kalahari and the stunning mother plant in the backdrop with the Kuranneberg Mountains in it all. Isn't that just so gorgeous? So there's quite a bit of a combination of animals coming together here, but as it's at that time of the day where the heat factor has risen so much that animals are supposed to get to a nice cooling down time and so on, so they are literally all reaching that point where they're all coming up to a nice waterhole for a good drink. But yeah, we pretty much ball close and back to that waterhole where we had that nice pride of lions the other day. Actually, there is actually a couple of kudu as well as springbuck out and about over here in the spot as well. And once again, it's just a nice conglomeration of a temporary association of a community of many different populations formed up here together for safety in numbers. From the one stripy character, this is quite interesting looking at the stripes on these kudu. The stripes are very broken structured formations as opposed to the very constant banding of the zebra, for instance. It's two different disruptive markings that makes both of these species of animals in their given environments where they truly belong to help them blend in with that environment. So the kudu, living in a thicket bush environment most of the time as they are browsers, that is called a harlequin principle, meaning it's a broken striping formation as it is. Then the partly colored principle being on the zebra, being a constant banding of stripes, helps them to blend in with their savanna environment as they are bulk grazers. But yeah, there you can see those stripes to help them blend in with the thicket woodland environment as they are feeding on the leaves of the trees mostly. But yeah, we've been touching the subject of animals having all these adaptations in the desert environment, being able to survive in the Kalahari's ecosystem. And in that conditions, it's like, it sounds like a sort of a repetition, but the thing is that it's very important to understand the importance of animals surviving in these ecotypes and ecosystems as it is, because this environment is quite a tough environment to live in. So it's very critical for these animals to know what to do to survive out and about. So just if we can go back to that zebra quickly, it looks like he's now gone to that plains at the back there. Just walking through to there we go, just about to disappear as well. Eish, man, there we go. So it's just going through to the back of the tree as there's another one that's just about to appear. Very interesting on zebra, and this is a very strong theory that black and white stripes, and even with the shadow stripe on these plains zebra, is that the black stripes, as we've been talking about coloration on stripes of zebra over the last couple of days, is that these zebra, there's another big, beautiful one, the black stripe attracting the heat, the white stripe is actually reflecting the heat. So again, forming these convector currents that floats on the skin, theoretically should be cooling down the entire skin. But just to keep that in the back of your mind, thinking about how zebras are bulk grazers, now you're going to think, how do I hop from that topic to something else completely? So what's quite interesting on this is actually thinking about how finely, I want to say, crafted and made are these species in that situation, from the point of view where you have the stripy formation, and then actually thinking about the grazing factors that comes into there. Because when a bulk grazer, being a zebra, eats on large quantities of grasses as it comes through, they would build up a huge amount of gases in their stomach, as they are hindgut fermenters. And being a hindgut fermenter, it literally means through into a big open enzymatic stomach, and then from there it goes into the long intestine with the cecum and the colon, and that is pretty much where your true fermentation processes take place once the entire digestive structure passes through that entire process. So once it reaches that fermentation process in these hot climates and in these environments where they are practicing a lot of bulk grazing, that fermentation temperature is in a way created by the striping formation on the body itself. So coming back to the stripes with the tubular currents that floats on the skin, there is a theory that it says actually that cooling structure on the body creates the right amount of temperature for the cecum and the colon's fermentation temperature to be happening. And in that formation, that is actually so shockingly amazing, thinking about it, how it could all come together in that all in all. I don't know who of you have ever ridden horses before, because, I mean, zebras belong to the Equidae family, which is the horse family. I hope I got the name right there, but there's a question that's just asked. It's Taryn or Karen, my apologies. And so the question was, is the zebra population on Tswalu very healthy? We're actually consisting of 2 zebra species in the Kalahari, being the Hartmann's mountain zebra, being in the mountains and the hills. I'm actually looking around and see if we can't really see some of them present at the moment at the given position where we're at. But yeah, and then you get the plains zebra, which is the common zebra species that you find all over Africa in many different destinations. But yeah, having 2 of those species, yes, their populations are doing pretty well, especially the rarer one, which is the Hartmann's mountain zebra. And as we were talking about the cooling mechanisms and the theory that goes around to the striping formation, that is why we could even get 2 species of zebras in the Kalahari, as it is. But yeah, coming back to that, following around springbuck, and looking at your indicator species, and especially following along with other indicator species coming up to a water point where they're following each other around, number one, for your indicator species like selective grazers like wildebeest and red hartebeest and things like that, to actually, and even following the springbuck, because the springbuck being a proper desert antelope, they are also in a way showing to the bulk grazer, which is the zebra, that there's a good area that they can feed on and good value in nutritional value for the plants and the environment. And obviously from a grazing point of view, they could follow springbuck from that point of view. So then, yeah, when they're following around these indicator species and coming back together and at the same time being safety in numbers, they are building a lot of gases from that big gastric stomach. So as I was saying earlier on, trying to explain about if you've ever ridden a horse before, horses, when you ride them right in the beginning of the ride, it sounds like they, excuse me if I say it like this, but it sounds like they're farting a lot in the beginning. It's just the releases of gases in the beginning. And yeah, it's just how it goes, because that's how they build up a lot of gases. But yeah, part of the digestive system as it comes through. Really special looking at that views again, at the backdrop there. But yeah, nice to come through this area and having all these different species of animals as we drive through. Sarah, you wondering if zebras are social with all different antelope species? You know what? At a given water point situation like this, you would have all herbivorous animals mostly helping each other out, because it is like in that situation where you'll have a lot of predator activity obviously being around, especially in the Kalahari, where you deal with wild dogs, cheetahs, the desert lions. All of these characters plays a huge role, and some of them are really good hunters. So wherever there's a huge amount of predators, you will always find herbivores helping each other out. So yes, at a given water point, for sure, they will always combine up in a helpful system like that. But you will find that mostly the indicator species situation where you'll get like red hartebeest. If you think about documentaries that you might have seen before on TV, if you're thinking about the Mara, Kenya, Tanzania, areas like that, you would always find, red hartebeest or blue wildebeest, or even in Botswana, you'll find the brindled canoe. Well, actually, sorry about that. Actually, talking about the migratory routes and Kenya and Tanzania, talking about the brindled canoe, those wildebeest, also part of that selective grazer species, they will mostly be found being social with those selective grazers, becoming the indicator species, showing and indicating where the good food resources are at. And then only it becomes a situation where it becomes safety in numbers from that point of view. We're going to send you, in that note, over to Andrew with something small that he found.
Thanks, John. So now talking about the animals being very much social. Over here we got a noble duck, or comb duck. But we're looking at the male. And the reason I'm saying it's a male is because of that knob that is actually growing or swallowing right on top of that beak. That it's actually display a feature that it's actually a male, where female don't have that. And sometimes they are also where female get around in more than one to anything from maybe 6 to 7 female controlled by one male. It's doing kind of like a little bit of a display on their wings. So it's all about the temperatures. When they do that, the air flow back into their body. Just spend a lot of time in the heat. I cannot see it clearly, both sides of that road. So Demi asking if male and female the same coloration. So male tend to have very much metallic, as you can see those wings, but less on the females. So would it be a male, also male large in size? But a knob always right there. So that knob that you see, it's actually swallowed so much during that breeding season, which is raining season. But without any breeding, that knob, it's saddled down a little bit. But it's still there that you can able to identify as a male. So we're on a main road over here. We're actually experiencing a lot of vehicles passing by every now and then. And some say, what a beautiful duck. Indeed, it is a beautiful duck. And they come out over here when it's this time of year where it's wet for their own benefit, or feed, also breed. We now compare these to geese. Geese that we see always, Egyptian geese, highly seen spare-winged geese, but they rare, but out here sometimes. Those that tend to be couple where male and female remain together, breed together that way, where these species, male will, owns a lot of females at the same time, breed with them. But you do find the males alone sometimes when the females are out of reach, where maybe he just lost a fight and the female been taken. Okay, so you're asking if they're native to South Africa. They're pretty much in Africa, and they move around wherever it's wet. And that's what they are. So they're regionally around pretty much. And only in the winter where they actually disappeared for that 4 to 5 months away from us, because then there's nothing they can feed, but they got to be around wherever in Africa where there's so much of green water. They also do make sound, but they're not actually very noisy like Egyptian geese that we know of. They actually like to be very much silent bird. But they do actually make sound when they want to. So I'm going to carry on, search around. There's a southern boundary. Got to remain between them. Hopefully for the lumber, but there are no tracks yet. And hopefully we get something to show everybody along the way.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
Sometimes love wants to make you sing. And sometimes love wants to make you bow and fan your wings to your bow. For the southern yellow-billed hornbill, these are signs that love is in the air. These birds are destined for a season of monogamy at least. Breeding pairs are in it for the survival of their chicks. But before love commences, the male needs to woo his valentine with food in the form of nuptial gifts.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Hello, boy. You are a monster. And he's coming right up to us. Hello, boy. Oh, settle down. Settle down. He is very, very close. He's pushing his trunk against the car. You can feel the car moving. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back, folks. So we are on the trail here for one male lion by the looks of it. We just tracking into this area and just seeing if we can locate on this guy. So we slowly but surely trying to figure out, we are on the tracks here. We're just trying to get a visual on this guy. Hopefully we get him pretty soon in this spot. So we're just taking it slowly and easily, driving through this area as we're trying to trail here. But on the other hand, look at that gorgeous view once again. Tswalu's just got such a huge diversity of different landscapes coming through here. And just seeing this area and environment, it is so beautiful. So I'm literally just trying to keep up on these tracks. Shouldn't be too far from this location. Tracks are looking pretty good, like from this morning still. Trying to figure out what's happening here. Kyla, you're asking, why does Tswalu have black-maned lions? So it's actually part of the Kalahari bloodlines that you get in Tswalu, in being part of the southern green Kalahari region. And it's just part of their bloodlines to be actually having that coloration on the manes from that point of view. But yeah, the bloodline, or the genes that the true Kalahari bloodlines have, well, the genes that influences coming all along from the bloodlines will influence the pigmentation of the fur itself and so on. And it looks like this male might have moved a bit further. But yeah, anyways, so that black manes is just part of the pigmentation influences that happens from that point of view. So you get to that point that your Kalahari lions are just much darker in color, especially the males. The males are very, very pitch black in color on the manes itself, as they've got actually quite beautiful pitch black dark manes. Just want to have a good look here over this dune top here. Right, let's continue going. Just want to pull through this area. See what's happening here. Where this male has gone to. It looks like he's been around in this area as we've had the tracks coming through this potential spot here. I'm just trying to figure out where he's gone to. A couple of zebra tracks. It's coming through from that point of view. So as I was mentioning a couple of days earlier, and the thing is that with finding animals in the Kalahari, it's very important to stick with tracks, as it'll show you the point of view of where they've gone to. Thinking about how far animals could walk as well in such vast open spaces. There was a vehicle in this area as well this morning seeing these lions here, so now we're just trying to figure out where have they gone to from here. So we're trying to see the tracks as well as they shifted along around this area. I mean, obviously as the sun's been in that position this morning, it would have been coming over from the east, going over to the west. So yeah, during the sunlight's time, obviously shifting during the day, they'll just shift in amongst these bushes along with good shade and so. So we've had the tracks coming into here, but now with this vegetation here, it seems like it's been disappearing on the tops of the bushes here. You know what, Katie, you asking if it could get confusing when you look at the manes and judging the ages on them and so on. You know what, with the coloration of the mane itself, it doesn't really matter with the coloration. Yes, the Kalahari lions, they actually get to a point where after about roughly, let's put it this way, after about 4 years, they get really nice coloration on the mane coming through, especially around the chest and so up to the neck and so on. But yeah, when you look at the bigger picture, being the difference between your real Kalahari bloodlines as opposed to your African lions, your normal African bloodlines that you get, your savanna lions. It comes truly down to that situation that the mane itself will be more the dictation on whether it is a male being a bit older or looking at the age from that point of view. When you think about the bigger picture, it's all about the mane, the body height, how much the mane and the body has actually progressed into growing into a bit of a bigger size and so. But yeah, it pretty much comes down to that. We're going to continue looking for these tracks around this area and just see where we can pick up on this guy. And yeah, see where we can follow up furthermore. We've kind of lost the tracks in this particular area here. So it's gone further west. We just need to pick up on these tracks. I think the possibilities are that they could have been shifting up towards those tree lines over there. So the other thing is I just want to listen as well and just hear, because it's a coalition of 2 males that was in this area this morning. So we're going to just continue listening and trying to figure out if we can't get some audio as the males might shift around in this area. Just because of grooming, for instance, it could be happening, and there's some licking and yawning and moaning sounds that could come out of that as well. As it's the right time of the afternoon, we just had a temperature drop in this area as well. So yeah, let's continue. I want to just get back to the road here again, quickly just to see to the other side what's happening here. So let's just slowly pull back to the road here again, because we still had 2 boys in this area this morning. There's actually on Tswalu, there's 3 predominant male lions that comes through every now and again in this particular area. And so the 1 male track was going out this way. This is why I'm gonna just get back around to the other side and just see if we can't pick up on the other boy maybe from that particular point. Let's just take a turn around the corner here. Now, this is very interesting. I mean, there is a very nice set of tracks. I don't know if Morgan would be able to frame this. Deepak, you commenting, you hope that we're finding it before it's finding us. I do agree. I just want to shape and position these tracks here quickly. I do not see this male line, but I just need to show you these tracks just in comparison to the sizes here. I see the track of this male going out further in this direction, but this is a very nice clear track. Is that good enough, Morgan? Should we position a different track here maybe? But just out of a interest point of view, it's on the edge of the vehicle there. Okay, let me try to reposition here. Again, quickly just create a bit of a further distance. We are quite close to these tracks here. Right, so now I don't know if my cable would reach here, but yeah, let's see. So I'm going to try reach there. I won't be able to, but yeah, if I can point my finger towards that track that you're looking at there, you can see the 3 lobes at the back of the track. And if I place my hand out in that direction, it is really cool actually looking at the sizes of these tracks. I mean, being rather large, looking at that 1 male that moved out that way, as opposed to your if you look at the actual, let me just get a grass stalk here. So if you look at the back section of the track there, you're looking at that point of view where it's coming through over there to that back section. That's typically your average male, on average, lion sizes of tracks that you're looking at there. Whereas if you look at this boy, it's like almost twice the size of your average lion track size that you're looking at there. So very nice actually looking at these Kalahari lions being so rather big. We spoke about it a few days ago where Kalahari lions have got really big tracks and big feet just to grip on the dune sand and everything like that. But yeah, we're going to send you back over to Andrew.
Cool, so now we got it looks like a sound of a warthog. More than one warthogs that they're out there about feeding right now. So sounder, that's a Naos collective of a warthog when they're together. Because indeed they do form a group of up to 7. We just heard a hippo in the background as well. So they will be running around because they look like they all just not really all full grown yet. They're still young. So for them to be able to see far, they have to raise their head, but unfortunately they're very short neck. And the grass is so tall. So we're gonna roll forward. Hopefully we'll get another look at them again. There they are. Just then, so you're asking if a warthog can run faster more than a leopard. A warthog, they're fast, but the thing is, with a leopard, they don't really chase for that long. So they're one of these cats, they would ambush for prey, and they take their own time to get target closer. And then once they pounce, they're in it. But running straight away, warthog would be even slightly faster than a leopard. Also remember, leopard can only reach up to about 100 yards in anything like 60, 70 kilometers an hour. Where those animals that are running away to save their lives, they can even more than that. So they're moving into very tall grasses where there is a visual very poor. But we're going to visit the watering hole here. It's wind already picking up. And we just heard hippos grunting about. So maybe there is a hippos in this lake. You know, I think I understand well. They're asking, what do croc eat? Warthog eat, sorry. And they're vegetarian. So they would eat shrubs, they would eat grass roots, short warthog, yes, indeed. So they eat grass, short grasses. What you see there, if you have enough to see them do that, they shuffle the ground with their very strong nostrils. And for that to get grass roots, also a short grass. So they're grass eaters. So I just arrived into this very beautiful lake over here, Chita Dam, and then hoping to see there's a hippo that we're communicating about. It's a big lake here, but maybe I don't see any hippo close to us. Could be that they're still submerged, where they can do that for 6 to maybe 7 hours, 7 minutes, sorry. Underneath the water before they can take a breath again. It looks like we've got a 2. Sorry, you want to repeat the question again? Levi, so you're asking if there is a heron in this dam. The last time I saw was a few of a heron here, a grey heron. But I'm not sure today, so I'm gonna go close to those hippos, and then hopefully we get a water birds around us. Hopefully we get those heron, but I don't see any right now. But usually there is. So we get now a closer look at these hippos. So keep an eye if there is a heron in this dam, which I don't, because they're quite usually visible, because they're always close to the water or walk around the edge of the water. So maybe while we're sitting here with these hippos, they will show up, because they move from dam to another due to the hunting. Mile, age 8, so you're asking if the hippo eat meat. That's very rare. I heard of a story where the hippo was actually seen feeding on a carcass, but they're vegetarian. They eat grasses most. They eat short grass. That's where when they get out of this water, they wander around far from here to get their special diet, which is short grasses, where these grasses grow mainly around a mound. There's a green-backed heron, I think, that land. So they kind of flight around here, these green-backed heron, because they hunt same as the grey heron. They search for frog species as well, but a tiny small one. Again, so asking if the hippo die in the water or inland, so that's depend on what situations occurred. Due to fight or infanticide, where maybe bite each other so bad, maybe this one of the fight for a territorial. There's a chance that may die, maybe on the edge of water. But due to diseases, it's when they lie in a shell of water, or die far outside of the water. But if they ever die inside the middle of the water, that's going to be maybe it was very much a quick death or heart attack or anything. Well, animals would have those kind of issue with heart attack. Beautiful yawn. Look at that. So yawning sometimes all about exercising their jaws. Could be maybe a warning for us because we also hear. So cool that they say they have a beautiful, such a small ears. You know, compared to the rhino, where these guys have very short ears. So their hearing hole, it's kind of like always open when they not submerged into the water, but when they go down back to the water, there's a little system where shut the air passage or the hearing passage, and that is the water can flow back into the eardrum. Then every time they pop out again, but apply the same with the nostrils. They shut off and they go down, so they don't breathe when they're inside or submerged. Only do that when they pop out again. That's why you hear when they open these little valves that they shut their nostrils, it's kind of like a pop. A wildflower. I heard you were asking how many sets of teeth or teeth. I'm not sure. Maybe 30 over 30, somewhere to teeth. So I'm gonna double check, but I think it's anything above 30 of teeth. But also include these prominent. A tusker is a weapon. Those are huge teeth or modified tuskers. So we're gonna stay put and see what this hippo does. Maybe it's something that will arrive into this watering hole.
WildEarth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pride Lands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being. Riverbeds are a great way to find water, and look for places where elephant have excavated hollows. You can then dig into the sand, and after a couple of feet you should find damp sand, which then can be squeezed out or siphoned off for water. And with water being one of our scarcest resources, it is a good idea to conserve water where and how you can.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephant, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
And how is that for camouflage? Can you believe it? We had to get off on foot, had to look at some tracks. We eventually found some more tracks and almost stumbled across them as we were about to get off the vehicle for another set of tracks. And there they are, right next to us at that last given point. But yeah, finally we got them. These beautiful, stunning pitch black maned animals as we spoke about it a bit earlier. And there's the other boy a bit with his head in the sun, but quite a bit of a clear spot here in the grasses actually, but yet so well camouflaged with that bodies in these grasses. But yeah, stunning to have actually found them in this spot. It was a bit of a difficult find, but yeah, we finally found them as we came across to the area further south of this dune that we were tracking up on. But yeah, I'm so glad that we could find them now, because I mean, we're going to spend majority of the afternoon now with them in this position. We're going to get to see many different behaviors, most probably where they'll get up a bit later as they're going to groom each other a bit and see a bit of different behaviors coming through for the afternoon as well. But be very special to be spending time with these cats, being such a rare species to be sitting with, as lion populations are dropping so much in Africa. As from that, speaking about it from that point of view, thinking about the Kalahari lions being very, well, the true bloodlines occurring in their true areas, which is a very, very rare situation to be with. So yeah, I'm very glad that we got them finally on the screen after a couple of weeks. But yeah, stunning to see that they've come a bit further south out of the areas from the north, and that we could actually get those stunning pitch black manes out and about. But as you can see, very well camouflaged and fast asleep at the moment, as lions can sleep a good 16 to 20 hours a day. Beach Bunny, you asking if lions are roaring every day? You know what, lions overall communicate very quietly, because they don't often want to attract other predators as it is. But you'll get to times where certain times that they say, for instance, a coalition of males have split from a certain incident that happened or whatsoever, then the next day they will definitely roar and contact call for each other again. But at least about 2 to 3 times a week, I'd say, within 7 days. And but yeah, they try to make the noises as minimal as possible to attract as least predators and scavengers as much as possible, if I can put it that way. But yeah, lions don't need to roar every single day. Lions that roars every day, well, that needs to roar more so over as opposed to others, is the territorial males, like these males in a coalition that runs this entire area, that needs to place it out there and put it out there saying, this is our land, this is our landscape, this is our territory, and we're dominating it. So at the moment of this coalition of 3 males, there's only 2 of them here together. One of the boys are most probably gone off into a bit of a different excursion. But I'm so glad that we could find them at this time, so we can see a whole range of behaviors as the temperature is going to drop later on in the afternoon. Took us a while, but yeah, finally, there they are. So as I was saying earlier, but with sleeping a long, huge time of the day, lions obviously got a huge, high diet in protein. So if it's the same as us going to a nice steakhouse or a good restaurant, you eating a nice piece of steak or whatever, or a big piece of steak, or meat from any form, then you feel quite tired after a big meal like that. You feel like you could go to bed anytime soon. So same situation happens here, where these males having, or any lions, oh, there, look at that yawn. He's going to roll onto his back. Look at that. So yeah, same situation happening, where they got to sleep the right amount of hours during the day to, well, and all given times, for the next time when they get active, so they have the right adequate amount of energy for the time whenever they get active next from that position. Burning unnecessary energy for Kalahari lions is very, very important, that they do it at the right rate and time in that formation. At the end of the day, the conditions are looking really good at the moment in the green Kalahari, but then again, still we're in a desert environment, so they still need to think what they need to do. Come, Dorothy, you asking, well, you're actually commenting saying that those paws are looking so big. It's exactly what we spoke about earlier, looking at those stunning tracks that I was trying to explain about the sizes of the tracks and the big paws and the big feet as they walk through the dense, loose sand of the dunes in the Kalahari. And it truly comes down to that these feet are adapted to walk in this dense, thick sand, or shall I say loose sand on the dunes. If you go for a good 2 to 3 kilometer walk in these sands, yes, it makes you really, really tired. It feels like at some point you just want to drown yourself in water, like constantly just throwing water over your body and trying to cool down, drinking a lot of water and so on. But yeah, it makes you think how much stamina needs Kalahari lions to, does a Kalahari lion needs to have to survive and walk through these sands? And but the other thing is, then the bodies, by nature's ways, will adapt to their conditions that they need to deal with. But so special having these desert lions in front of us right now. Even though they're fast asleep, yet again, we're sitting with a stunning rarity of a species. G, you asking if lions ever will suffer from toothache? You know what? We've actually had an incident, and well done in asking that question. There was an incident about it's actually, if I remember correctly, about 4 years ago, that we had one of our male lions that I don't know if somebody has explained about, I've spoken a few days ago about a certain plant that is called a devil's thorn, but you get another one in the area called devil's claw. And so that one, coming back to the lions, basically, one of those devil's claw seeds, it's a nasty looking seed with, the covering and the shell of the seed is like hooks that's covering the actual seed. It's about the size of a tennis ball. So, excuse me, what happens then is that, what happened at that given time was that the carcass that this particular male lion was feeding on, that particular devil's claw seed hooks, thorns, shall I say, was stuck in the carcass, and he bit into that and literally broke one of his teeth. And yes, so lions could get toothache happening. They could get pain in their jaws even. So this particular incident that I was talking about, it happened where he bit into that thorn, and we had to get a vet in actually to save that animal's life, because after about a week or so, he was battling to eat furthermore. Being given that it's endangered species, well, not endangered species, but rare species of the particular lion population, we had to get a vet in that formation to try to get that animal safe. So we had to actually operate on that animal. And luckily he made it and survived it full on. So yeah, lions could get toothache and are physically been part of a saving of a species. Being part of an operation like that, thinking about how animals could be picking up on certain incidents in their lifetime. Yo, this guy is just so much out for the count at the moment. So I'm thinking soon that male, that his head is actually glowing in the sun, he will be soon getting irritated by the amount of sunlight he's actually facing there at the moment, and he's most probably going to get up anytime within the next 5 minutes or so to shift position to another shady spot, as I can feel the sun is baking on all of us at the moment. And yeah, I mean, so he will definitely shift position over time. And the tree that they're actually lying at is not really that dense, not that big. So it's actually in a point in time that their amount of shade is going to disappear after a while. And they are most probably going to get going to a wattle that is just on the other side of the hilltop here. As you can see, Morgan has just framed the small tree there. But just look at that, how much they're blending in, and the grasses in this environment. It's crazy. Like if I say to you that I was about to get up for another set of tracks, just making sure where the tracks are heading into, which direction. I was just getting off and then suddenly they were there. Charlie, you're asking, are lions able to adapt to any environment? Yes, for sure. You could get other lions in Africa that, well, the normal African lions, savanna lions, that could be adapting to their changes of conditions. Remember, the thing is that lions are wild animals like many other wild creatures in the wild. And animals will adapt. Look at that tail coming up there. So animals will adapt to their conditions changing in nature. But it is always just better. And that is why Tswalu is always focused on this particular Kalahari species of lions. Obviously the bigger species, the lions that occurs in the desert, to just have them out here, because that keeps the bloodlines clear, keeps it clean, and pure, being pure desert lions, being the Kalahari lions from this given area. But yeah, any lions are able to adapt in any certain areas. The difference is that if you bring in lions from a different location, from any given area, like let's say you come from any reserve in the eastern part of the country or the northern sections, other northern sections of the country, and it's a tropical region, for instance, especially from KwaZulu-Natal side or so, you could easily have those lions taking a few months to adapt to these climatic conditions that happens, especially temperature-wise, the swap over of temperature, the dramatic changes of temperatures during the night and day and so on. But yeah, the thing is that it will take them a while, but eventually they'll get used to it as well and noticing how to live out here. Yo, these guys are just so out for the count at the moment, and which is obviously the reason why we were battling so much to find them. And at this point, we're going to send you to Andrew, that is currently with something that these lions might actually like, apparently.
Joanne, Thanks for that. Indeed, yes. This is one of the very good food source for the lion. You might maybe want to hunt them. When you see all a group of impala grouping up into this open area, it's all about that. They're also adapted to the very much dry or warm environment that is in this area for now. But there we've seen also there is one wildebeest that is also already joined this group of impalas for safety. So for the wildebeest, a blue wildebeest, there's a system. So the dominant, it appear different to most of the other territorial, because they're also territorial. Once the male dominate the area, he might dominate the ground, but maybe not dominate the females. Because the female, they roam around in and out of his range or territory, enter his ground, visit him, but there's a time they may leave him, go somewhere else. And when they move away from him as the females, they will always go to another male who would also be already set the territory out there. And they will do that around a circle, so they will move around in and out wherever these males are. Leopard call. So you're saying this impala very relaxed? Yes, indeed, they are also relaxed over here. And it's just because the whole group and all of them, they all trust one another. And then they all look out here. They're actually in a very good environment where it's a high ground. It's also one of their small runway where it's open. So it's all about trust. That's why some of them already lie down. There was one of these young one that just born November, December. And the wildebeest is right in a runway already, but he's gonna move around with them. For now, because he's out of numbers, so the girls have moved away from him. But there's a time they will turn back to him. Then he will be no longer following these these impalas. Many antelopes, they display or also advertise their territory where they own the ground, but as a wildebeest, they're more likely to defecate in a spot, to disturb the ground in that way when they do it, and they defecate and roll around in that, into that dirty. But it's also to make sure there's the skin glands is also left on the floor for the female to, or whoever would be around the same species would know that he's in that area. They would have a probatal glands, those would rub against these twigs of wood, stump. Where the Impala's secretion is in their forehead. They don't have a probatal glands as Impalas, but they also advertise their own territory by doing the same. These males, you find them rubbing these little horn against the wood just to make sure they left this secretion in the wood. So here, a good advantage of them to prefer either thicket where they may vanish into feed for now and come back to the open area. So I'm going to carry on search around here. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren at Watering Hole.
We are still here, everyone, do not worry. The gremlins attacked us in full force in Buffelshoek, so we left. They won, we left. But we're back on Djuma, and I am more than happy with that. At Buffelshoek Dam, admiring the grey heron. But there's another bird just behind. That's not a grey heron. Are you a grey heron? Let's take a little bit of a closer look. Does not look like the neck of a grey heron. It actually looks like that it could be a darter. An African darter, a juvenile. I haven't seen a darter in a really, really long time, but I am not 100%. It's definitely not an adult, but I'm wondering if this is a juvenile. If any of you can clarify for me, please do. #WildEarth or @FC. It's not a grey heron. The grey heron's the one in the front. And that sort of really bendy neck, can you see that? It looks like almost an S shape. It's the neck of a darter. But I could be wrong, and they're obviously standing right next to each other and fallen over a tree. Both water birds, if I am correct, will always hang around the water bodies to see what they can find. They both fish. They're both epic fishermen. Oh, there's the heron. Off he goes. No, it's definitely not a... Oh my goodness. Apologies, that's my Game Drive video. It's definitely not a juvenile grey heron that's there. I think it's a darter. And the flexible necks of the herons, of the darter, these birds are for that reason. And the reason is to fish, to stretch out their neck and catch fish. They're able to stay remarkably still and then stretch out their neck and catch food. Mana, yes, it is a remarkable looking bird. If it is a darter, which I think, oh goodness, it's been about a year since I've seen one. But I want to wait for confirmation first. It does look like a juvenile. Normally the adults are a lot darker, almost sort of black in colour, but the juveniles are not. And they're fairly common. It's not that they're uncommon or they're rare. I just haven't seen one in a very long time. If you can actually just bear with me, I'm not able to show you my phone, but I can get my book and I'll show you what a darter looks like, including the juvenile. I just need to rummage through the index. Get so used to using your phones, don't you? You forget the joys of scrolling through an index in a book. Okay, here we go, Impala. Now this is the African darter that I'm going to show you. They're called slender-necked, straight-billed diving birds. It's this one down here we're just going to focus on. So you can see the sort of S bend in the neck. You see that funny shape? It almost looks like an S with quite a curvature here. I don't know, I think my hat is blocking the sun here. And it's really dark in colour. But if you just look at this one, this is a juvenile. And I think this is what we're looking at. Which is really, really exciting stuff. It's already on my bird list, I'm afraid. But it's definitely not on the list for this year, at least. Let's see if we can find it, or if Impo can find it again. So because Buffalo's Hook was not a success, I'm afraid, we are going to sort of just slowly bumble in the direction of the hyena den. I think it's far too hot right now, but I'm really, really hoping for an interaction with the Djuma clan. And I'm going to give you some clues to the riddle. Is one ready? Okay. The phylum, we're talking about phylums a lot. The phylum I belong to is segmented with body armor. My close relative is an amazing organism said to form a superorganism. That's clue number one. There's many more clues to come, so you don't have to guess right away. There's a few more clues to come. Lauren's riddles. The reason I'm doing this, it just makes you think about connectivity, about how all the animals and all the species and all the organisms really do fit into one another out here. I mean, let's just take the phylum Cnidaria, which has recently been found in the Kruger National Park as of 2016. Cnidaria is your jellyfish in your corals. Yes, a freshwater jellyfish was found in the Kruger National Park, can you believe it, in stagnant pools brought in by rivers. It's an amazing find, and it was never listed. The phylum Cnidaria was never ever listed for an environment like the Kruger, but it's there now and it's been found. If you think of jellyfish and you think of coral, they're both animals that look absolutely nothing alike whatsoever, but they are in fact extremely close related. So it's not really to do with appearances, it's not really to do with physicality. You've got to get a little bit deeper than that when you're looking at phylums and see how organisms are grouped together. And it starts at a cellular level. All those simple organisms where they're made up of just cells, they'll be grouped together, and then you start to move up to tissue, those organisms that are a little bit more well developed and their cells form tissues. Then again you move up a level where the tissues form organs. And that's starting to sound a little bit more like what we're familiar with. And then you have those organisms that are a lot more complex, segmented and extremely well developed. So that's my clues, the start of my clues, and next time you see me, I'll have more waiting for you.
If you love to watch WildEarth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic WildEarth expeditions, join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Great. So what we got here? We got one of the biggest owl out here, and it's a Vorux eagle owl, or giant eagle owl. It's actually sitting there. It's a small, not a big marula tree, but it's actually building very beautiful, well camouflaged. But we've seen that drongos passing into it, already spotted. These drongos. Most owls, they are nocturnal and they hunt at night. But that size of a fully grown owl like that would hunt bigger things at night. Scrub hares, fully grown scrub hare, sleeping guinea fowls would be taken. And so you're asking if owl do really sleep all day, during the day. So not all the time. There's a time they usually sleep unconscious, close their eyes, but they may get disturbed like what we've seen there. The drongo has already spotted that owl, so fly into the thicket trying to disturb it or get it away. Since we know many of owls are not friendly with other birds. So, but if they're not disturbed, they may take it easy, perch in the same position for the whole day. But they may take a nap also, waking up, check around, and take that nap again. It's one of the magnificent, beautiful eyes in an eagle out here. You look at the eyelash. It's a pink, dark eye. Emmy, yeah, indeed, it looks very wise, an owl. And it's actually fully grown owl, so it's pretty much an older owl. Big size. Well, usually full size like this, wingspan would be anything from 143 centimeter long. And it can easily weigh up to anything from 1.7 kg or 2.63 kg, so would weigh far too much as a big owl. So I'm going to carry on to search around again. I'm going to be sending you across to Ross.
Well, welcome back to andBeyond, Phinda, everyone, and we have indeed found ourselves a cat for the day. After quite a long afternoon of searching, we've come across this beautiful lioness, and she is now, as you can see, she's just resting in this long grass. She just looked up at something that was over her left shoulder. Briefly it caught her attention, and now she's flopped her head right back down where it was before. And looks can be very deceiving with lions. One minute they can be up and about and very, very active, and the next minute they can be sleeping as if they've been sleeping for hours and hours. And that's exactly what's been happening here, because this lioness has only just lain down now. We've been following her for about 10 or 15 minutes, and she was very, very actively hunting through the bushes. And what she managed to do was flush a family of banded mongoose, or gooses. I'm not quite sure what the plural of mongoose is. But she didn't manage to catch one, but they all scurried away through the bush, making a very interesting alarm call, very squeaky alarm call. And then she just, after quite a long walk, she's just laying down here, and that's why you can see she's actually panting quite a lot. Watch how her belly rises and falls quite quickly. Lana, this lioness is from a pride we know quite well because we see quite a lot of them. We call this pride the mountain pride. And the dynamics within this pride are quite interesting at the moment. They are a pride of 6 lionesses and a few sets of cubs. But because most of the lionesses have cubs of different ages, they have, for the meantime, just fractured a little bit, and they're spending time on their own, with each lioness and her own cubs spending time on their own, but then every now and again coming together, spending time with the rest of the pride. And this is just because I think the cubs are at different ages, and it's quite they tend to not get along so well all the time. So the younger cubs will irritate the older cubs a little bit. The older cubs will play quite roughly with the younger cubs, and so the lionesses, for the meantime, have decided to separate them. And I'm sure when they're older and of similar size and age, they will come back together and move around as a more cohesive unit. So this particular lioness is a young sub-adult of the pride of lions that I'm talking about. And she hasn't had cubs of her own, but she has taken herself off from the rest of the pride, and she's spending time alone because I think she is getting a bit fed up with having to share carcasses with cubs and having to play with cubs So she's spending time on her own and doing quite well. Liam, lionesses don't very often get kicked out of the pride. They will leave voluntarily for a little bit on occasion and then come back. Oh, look, she's just lifted her head up. Now you can see her beautiful eyes and that white coloration underneath her eyes. Very, very beautiful. So they don't often get kicked out of their prides so much as they leave on their own. But sometimes also when a pride of lions gets so big that they're unable to feed themselves with a single carcass. For example, there's some pride of lions in the Kruger Park and in East Africa that get to 20 or 22, 25 lions. Then they will split. Pride will split in half, just purely because they can't feed themselves. A pride of lions at 22 will probably have to kill maybe 2 buffaloes at a time for each member to be properly full. So it's easier for them. It's much more conducive to them to split in half, and that's how it would normally happen in a natural way. So I hope that answers your question. But this lioness, I don't know if you saw, she just gave a big yawn, looked up, gazed around, and now she's laying flat again. And sometimes when we are spending time with cats, especially lions and leopards and cheetah, a yawn and possibly other behavior like stretching or grooming is a pretty good sign that they might get up and get going again. But in this case, I think she was just giving us false hope. So we're going to spend some more time with this lioness, and we're going to send you over to another beautiful location.
And look at that, they have shifted out from that tree position that we looked at previously. And so both of our male lions were on their feet, and they were shifting completely from that position where they were first in a session where they groomed quite a bit and just cleaning themselves quite nicely there. And then it's gotten to a point where they just went out a bit further. The one male that was in the front, he just shifted a bit further out of the shade. And then the male that was in the sun just went out and caught the breeze in the open. As you can see him in the back being lit up by the sun in amongst the grasses there. But yeah, at least we've had behavior already where there's movement that's been happening. And so there's been yawning activity as well as a lot of grooming that's been happening. So which is good signs that these boys will most probably later on, as the temperature is going to drop some more, we're going to get some opportunity to see most probably them moving a bit further. But yeah, great to see them actually being a bit more in a clearer position. And we are going to be shifting around a bit more around the sighting at certain times just to get more clearer visuals. And so the grasses are so tall at this given point. So it is a bit tough to get nice visuals. But yeah, looking at this pitch black dark mane, how impressive is that when you look at that? And just seeing that stunning dark mane, we had both of these males representing it actually quite nicely when they were up on their feet and walking through the area. But yeah, looking at that dark mane being very important for your Kalahari lions, as they having that coloration with that big bloated black mane, because there's actually researchers that's been doing research work on the functions of the manes and why is such a pitch black maned animal doing what are they doing in the Kalahari? Looking at black being obviously the color to attract the sharp sunlight and so. So the thing is that if you look at that dark pitch black mane, it's actually got two different functionalities in a theory that's been put together in this research. Is that the outer layer of, it's got two layers. So the outer layer is there to catch the, or to shall I say, box in the heat, attracting the heat. And then the inner layer is literally reducing the temperatures as it comes up to the neck and the neck muscles, where most of the arteries that comes from the heart, flowing from the heart straight through underneath that black markings of the reduced temperature layer, where that arteries flows from the oxygenated blood being cooled down from that reduced temperature layer all the way to the brain. Again, we're coming back to the most important organ, being the brain, so cool down in that formation. So who would have thought, when you're thinking about this being a pitch black color, and look at the length, if you just look at the inflorescence of the grasses in front of the mane there, of like the flowering plants or flowering parts of the grasses there, just looking at the length of that, you could actually see the breadth of how tall and how broad that mane is actually on this animal here. But you're starting to see that dark colors on your true Kalahari lions and their colorations coming through together. This guy's literally just dropped his face into the ground as he's been finding a nice shady spot where he shifted off from that position where they were lying down at that tree previously. Sinek, that's a very interesting question, because Kalahari lions, you are wondering how far can Kalahari lions walk and how big are their territories in these given vast environments. Now that is very important to understand, or actually interesting to understand, the vastness of an environment that can dictate how animals will adapt to their given environments. Now, male lions in the Kalahari, and this is not just going for Tswalu, I'm talking about the Kalahari Transfrontier Park, which is a ginormous, Transfrontier Park that's existing in, bridging between Botswana and South Africa. But yeah, that area even, yes, you get lions easily in territories of about 20 to close to 40 kilometers in radiuses that comes through. Like you're just talking about in being coalitions in this case, like these males actually belong to a brotherhood of 3 males. So their territories could stretch as far as close to most probably 60 to 80 kilometers in a radius. I mean, it's crazy in vast environments how far they can stretch their territories. But yes, because of the amount of landscape that we have on Tswalu being a rather large game reserve and a large and a natural environment, it is that being in that coalition, those two factors combined up together, you get to that point that these animals could stretch their territories massively far. It's incredible actually understanding the bigger picture as well of these Kalahari lions and thinking about how they make their way around and having all these different adaptations obviously to live in this environment, and thinking about how they truly are from this area, belonging here, and that is what makes them so special. And from these sleepy lions, we are going to maintain sitting here a tiny bit more, not a tiny bit more, until we could, or as long as we can, to try to see some more movement, and we will keep you updated on that. And in saying that, we're going to send you over to Lauren with something to show us.
We have found a brown snake eagle. Perfectly sitting here in this light. The sun is starting to go down now, naturally it's coming up for sunset. And what this means is that you just get this point in the day where the light starts to be perfect for filming and photography. Now it's not quite golden hour yet, but when this brown snake eagle turns his head, you can see how yellow the eye are. As well as the bare legs, yellow eyes. That's how you know it's a brown snake eagle. remarkable birds, and I often find out of all the raptors, they don't really get enough credit. Now, while we were in Buffelshoek, which is a little bit disappointing, but blame the gremlins, we saw a martial eagle eating a chick. I don't know what chick, but a huge martial eagle it just killed some sort of tiny, newly hatched chick. It was incredible. So the marshals are incredible themselves. All the raptors are, but I often feel that the brown snake eagles don't quite get the recognition that they deserve. You see the yellow eye? They also use their eyesight. They're also highly visual. They're looking for movement down on the ground. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but the name snake eagle does give the game away. They do enjoy snakes. Oh, off we go. Well done, Hippo. Look at that. Well done. Okay, I'm going to give you my next clue, but I am reading. I'm reading off my phone because one, my memory is not that good, and two, I will probably make a mistake and give the game away. So, I said that my close relative is an amazing organism said to form a superorganism. I am not social, though. In fact, when I am hungry, I will eat pretty much anything, including fruit, glue, feces, yummy, and even members of my own species to settle my rumbling stomach. I am found throughout the world, especially in the tropics, but I can survive at extremely low temperatures. I can even live in the Arctic. So they are cannibals, they eat everything, they're not social, and they can survive everywhere. So there you go, more clues to come. I hope you're all figuring it out as we go down. We had quite a number of people that got it right yesterday, and it was very impressive. I was hoping to stump you all, but some of you are just unstumpable. For you all, unstumpable. Okay, I'm slowly making my way to the hyena den. I think the sun is getting low enough now. And as I do that, we are going to send you across to another live location. Hey, how are you?
Well, welcome back, everyone. And we are still spending some quality time with this lioness just as the sun starts to get low, close to the horizon, and you can see the shadows are becoming longer, temperature's dropping a little bit, and we're just being bathed in this beautiful golden light at the moment. And it's a very peaceful scene. There's not a lot of sounds, a slight breeze. I can just imagine this lioness is just enjoying her rest just so amazingly well. So as it starts to get closer to evening, we'll probably expect this lioness to show some signs of getting active, because lions are nocturnal animals, and they are completely designed and have evolved to hunt at night. They've got an excellent night vision. I was pointing out those white spots beneath her eyes earlier, and those are actually also part of the way they've evolved to see better at night. That white patch reflects extra light into their eyes, so that you can imagine if it's a dark evening with maybe just a few stars or maybe a small moon out, that tiny bit of light will be reflected into their eyes for them to be able to see much better. Look at her still flicking her ear even as she sleeps there. Her ear is still trying to flick flies away. And at the moment, after all the rains, there's lots of insects around at the moment. It's an amazing time for insects to spawn and lay their eggs. So Harry, yes, roaring and vocalization it's just two words for the same thing. Vocalization is a word that we give to sounds that animals make to communicate, to show stress. Basically any sound that an animal makes, we call vocalization because they can't speak. Any sound that they make is a way of communicating. And one of the ways that lions vocalize is to roar. There's lots of other ways that they vocalize as well, but roaring is a specific way that they make a sound where they make this very deep sort of grunting bellow from their chest. And it's probably one of my favorite sounds to experience in the bush. And it's mainly used to communicate over long distances. So lions will roar only when they can't really find any signs of their pride in the sort of near vicinity to them. And it's sort of like a last resort for them to roar and make the biggest sound possible that they can to try and get the attention of other lions. Some other vocalizations that they can make are sort of soft grunts, which we call contact calls, which is what mother lions often make to their cubs when they are close or when they're within about 15 or 20 meters of each other. They'll just give this soft grunt to each other and they'll reunite as a result of that. They can also growl, so if lions feel threatened or if they want to show aggression, they'll growl and snarl at each other. Sometimes when they're fighting over a carcass, they'll do that. Or if other lions, strange lions, get too close to them, they'll also growl at them to basically let the other lion know, don't come any closer, I don't like you being this close to me, and that's what the growl's for. See how white that fur is underneath her belly? So we're going to keep spending some time with this lioness and see if she shows any sign of motion. But for now we're going to send you back over to Djuma, where Andrew has found something massive.
Rosa, thank you so much. We got in now the herd of elephants. Now we actually been looking for the elephants since this morning and they weren't around. Maybe because of the whole wet. But feeding habits for them comes very easy. They would spend a lot of time far from us because water sources everywhere, greens available. There's one of the female there, she's still separate from the rest of them. Even though they're separate, they rely on their communication. They have very good communication. We're able to find one another again, even though they're separate. She's gonna walk right across behind us, but we got more of them there. So Mark, you're asking what do they use their tail for? So most animals, they will use their tail for whipping off the flies on their backside. That would be also applied to the buffaloes and other animals. Those are having tails. So the reason for the tail is that all taking care of the backside of them. With the elephants, their ears on front of them would all work as a also protection against all the parasites, but deal with also temperatures when they flop them, bring the temperatures in the whole body. And when we talk about the parasite, also they would suck soil through this trunk. So we will try follow these animals, see how far they move with us. I'm going to be sending you across to Yuan with the lions that they're about to awake.
And he was awake. Guys, he's literally just flopped down again. He was grooming himself quite nicely at this given point and just licking himself so much. And then every time, just before you come back, they fall asleep again. So, but yeah, very interesting to see the mixed match behavior happening every now and again. But from that point of view, it is all good signs that they will get up slowly but surely in this afternoon. They are showing a lot of behavior, like especially when they're grooming the mane, cleaning themselves, cleaning each other. There's a lot of allo grooming that happens in that particular time as well. And again, just coming back to social bonds maintaining the bond itself, comes down to that they will just groom each other, practicing allo grooming. But yeah, very, very cool seeing the bond also being quite strong on male coalitions from that point of view. But yeah, he was grooming himself, just himself for this given point. As you can see, obviously the position is now a bit different as opposed to what we've had previously. And the head is just flopped down again, just before you came back to us again. But yeah, looking at this position, Morgan, I wonder if we shouldn't maybe swap over to the other side and just see if we can get that other male's head in to another good position there. I want to try and see if we just can't get to that position there. Maybe frame up that other boy on the other side. H, you asking how do sites when they actually are the case of, yeah, this might be a nice shot here, or should we pull a bit more forward? I guess it's more a case of not disturbing the snake, because while they're sleeping, okay, let's reverse a bit there. It looks like we're going to get a better shot here from the back, and that might be clearing the head there. How's that? All right. So the thing is that if they are sleeping safe and sound, being so relaxed in this condition, then it gets to that situation that the snake is not being bothered. So say, for instance, the snake comes like sailing through the area, through the grasses. It could even go right over that line or right past the line, because the thing is, the snake is not being disturbed. Say, for instance, the snake comes right past the back of this lion, and the lion decides at that point to roll over to a different position. Then the snake is obviously disturbed, and then it's literally can't be avoided. It will happen. It's part of nature's ways. It could be happening where the snake can then strike the animal, but then at that given point, it depends also on the type of snake that struck this lion. But yeah, at the end of the day, 90 to 95% of the time, they don't have to be concerned, because lions being so fast asleep and not really moving much most of the time, it gets to that situation that the snakes will never really be, or mostly not really be disturbed that much, because they can easily just make their way through happily undisturbed. And as long as they're not disturbed, it's a better condition. But yeah, we're going to be still maintaining our position and see if we can get some more action, and we will call you back the moment we get some more movement on these lines as well.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
The reason why we see that wildebeest by himself is because he's a male, or a bull, as we typically would call him. And what he does is that he marks and defends an area. Essentially, he is looking for the ultimate piece of land or prime property. Needs to have good grazing, needs to have a water source close by. And not too far away from here, there's a sickle bush thicket that would provide just enough shelter from the wind and the rain.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Wonderful. Our beautiful ellies, they have disappeared. I mean, they cross over the boundary, and we decided not to follow them there because they're going to somebody's property. So we're going to continue again. Do search. Hopefully we get something else along the road for everyone. Now, earlier when we talk about that, we've been looking for the elephants. So they're very difficult to be seen when they move so much. And this is how they just show you an example there when they just disappear immediately. So I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren.
Well, finally, my goodness, the Djuma den is active. I think all the cubs are out, and we do have Miss June here. June is the adult over here, Hippo. It's wonderful to see you, June. You're looking fine. And of course, Novella, little Junebug, is clearly underneath. We've got Corky's daughter, Heart's pair. That's Braveheart right there. Oh, hello, everyone. You put me through my paces, didn't you? It It was not easy to find this day inactive. But although the sun is shining and it was a rather hot afternoon, I must say there's a nip in the air. That's what my mother always used to say. There's a wee nip in the air. And that is because the seasons are changing. Or the season, should I say, is changing. We're transitioning, I think. Now that we're in March, we're getting ready for winter. And for those of you that are new with us here, winter really is winter. Many of you ask, how cold does it get? I remember John Ray telling me a story where it went below 0, but that's not common. I mean, it gets very, very cold in Tswalu, but here, it's cold. It gets under 10 degrees. I mean, we go out on safari with our hats and gloves and thermals and scarves, hot water bottles, you name it. We have it on board. But it's definitely not as cold in the low veld, for example, as it will get down in Tswalu. I think I missed you lot more than you missed me. Yes. That is definitely true. And I hope you've all got better at identifying the cubs. I posted some on Instagram. You're welcome to use them. Updated ID kits on how you can identify what cub you're looking at. But looking at Novella here, from what I can see, tucked under June's belly, the spots. Where did these spots come from? Where? Oh my goodness. Spottier than spottier. I would really love to see Antima and her little one as well. Did you catch that name, Impo? No. One more time with the name, Gwen. Okay. Still have no idea, but I don't think you've watched in quite some time because Corky is definitely not the leader anymore. She's not the matriarch. And this happened in November 2019. It's been quite some time that Corky's not been the matriarch. There was a matriarchal overthrow, and Ribbon is now the matriarch. And if you do remember, or if you are aware, she was the very, very lowest ranker, Ribbon. Right at the bottom at that time. And she conducted a matriarchal overthrow. Oh, here everybody comes. I knew it. And Tima's cub is out. I can see it, but I don't think Impo's going to have a view. So when we get the chance, we will reposition. It's not easy when you've got cubs everywhere. So yes, it's quite rare for a low ranker to sort of challenge the status quo and become matriarch, but Ribbon did it. And Corky is very low ranked now, but we assume she's not completely at the bottom. I think June could be at the bottom, and June's the one we're looking at, who's with us here right now. But really, we haven't technically seen any proof of that. We need a lot of sort of observations and watch interactions between the pair. But I do think June could be the lowest ranker. Why are you being so cute? You're being far too cute. I can't tell if this is Pumela or Gingarica. Oh. I need a good look at that right ear. Sorry. Someone's eating the car. Ah, there you go. It's Gingarica. You see that? The tear in her ear? It's her right ear. And it's just a notch missing out of it. I don't quite know what happened. But that's how the best way to tell Heart's cubs apart. And this is the female. The female is Gingarica with the sort of slice missing out of her right ear. And the male is Pumela. Okay, we're going to reposition a little bit to try and show you the other cubs. And as I do that, we're going to send you across to Andrew.
Thanks, Lauren. So from hyena to a dwarf mongoose, one of the smallest carnivorous species out here, where now looks like this is one of the mound. It's been chosen to that they're going to sleep on for tonight, I think, because they actually day animals. They diurnal. They're not a nocturnal. Very social animal, live in group of up to about 10, maybe 20 in size, possibly 30. And they all love one another, groom each other, or insect, such as the ticks. But there also is a system where there's a female and a male that they all take care of the breeding. So I'm going to carry on search here. I'm going to be sending you across to Ross with a sleepy lion.
We are still spending the afternoon watching this lioness and hoping that she gets up and starts showing some signs of life here at andBeyond Phinda. But as you can see, she is still so content in this long green grass. There was actually some Ngala that walked so close to sort of the back of her and across just behind the grass, and they were about 20 meters away, and she did not even move a muscle. She must have definitely heard them, because she's got excellent senses of hearing, and could have even smelt her as well, but they didn't see or sense her, otherwise they would have definitely run away. But I think even that opportunity she was not even interested in. She was just happy to rest until maybe the sun goes down a bit. And there were reports of a second lioness in this area earlier this morning. It could have been another member of the same pride that she is. So I wonder if maybe tonight she will reunite with that other lioness. Maybe they'll think about hunting, finding some food later on as it gets a little bit darker. You can just see on this lioness, have a look at her fur. Now she's turned over, we've got a better view of her face and of her fur. She's got some very faded but still visible little spots on her fur. Almost like the same shape as a leopard's spots. Oh, she's just heard something off over her right shoulder. It gave her cause to put up her head, but she quickly put it down again. But do you see her ear, how it's pointed? Still in that direction, so she's, even though she looks like she's sleeping, She's still listening to what's going on around her. Always alert to any opportunity. But those spots on this lioness indicate that she is still quite young. Lions are born with very dark spots on them, and then as they get older, these spots fade and fade and fade until eventually they're invisible. But this lioness has still got remnants, so it shows us that she's still young. And what these spots are for are to conceal young lion cubs when their mother leaves them to go off and hunt. Now you can see her head up now. Again, maybe it's the same noise that she heard earlier. And now both of her ears are pricked. She's just interested in something off in the bush. But she's putting her head down once again. So I think we may leave this lioness and go and find something else for you just before the sun dips below the horizon. And we're going to send you off to Lauren, who has a really cute scene for you off at Djuma.
No, we missed it. And Djuma's little one and Shimbulu have been cuddling and kissing and cuddling and kissing. Oh, and now he's got up and left. And it looks like we're still a little bit too scared to leave the comfort of the den. And I don't believe this little one has been sexed yet. Still very young, but any genital shots that we can get, Impo, we'll try. We'll zoom right in and just try to gauge a possibility, shall we say. And what's so lovely is that Shimbulu and Ngwazi were so tender with Braveheart. Really, they sort of took her under their wings, which they clearly don't have. Oh. We're getting brave. Brave but scared. Oh. I don't want to miss out on all the fun. That's what's going through this one's head. Now remember, June is here, so we do have the sort of safety of an adult. Linda, I know, just too precious. Far too precious. Hyena cubs, oh, they just have a way of melting your heart, don't they? Especially when they look like this. There's no other adults around. I hope more appear, though. I would love to catch up with the adults, too. I really do hope this one is a girl, and that's not me being a feminist of any sort. It's just the clan could do with more females. They've got a few, but really it's a very, very small clan in terms of females. And, I mean, I have no idea what happened there. They get very easily spooked. And once one runs towards the den, they all do. What happened, June? June, don't you even think about leaving. Look at them all coming out one by one. Gingerika having a little sniff. Look at Novella. My goodness. That's very sweet. Sorry, Gwen, one more time. pod, you are asking, do they have good hearing? Yes, incredibly good hearing. Absolutely. Incredible sense of smell. They also have really good eyesight and remarkable hearing. Oh, look at the pair at the entrance. This is not Shambulu this time, though. This is Ngwazi now, having his little cuddles. But yes, they can hear for kilometres and kilometres. Their sort of sense of smell is the most, well, it's the strongest out of them all. But they will respond to one another's calls. They are also very vocal because they're a social species and they have quite a remarkable social structure. They will call to one another. You hear the whooping sound and all sorts of other calls. And in order to be able to hear over great distances, they have excellent hearing. They also will hear other predators, leopards sawing, lions roaring. But probably of all their senses, their sense of smell is the strongest. I mean, they can follow scents that, they can follow trails that are 3 days old. 3 days old. And they can find the carcass. And that's why they travel, so they walk so much at night. So they look rather lazy during the day, to be perfectly honest with you, because they're not doing much really, but they walk all night. They're primarily nocturnal and they're just following their nose. Oh, you know, Ngwazi and Shambulu are really something special. They really are. 2 boys, the matriarch's sons. They could technically be the biggest bullies, and they really are just not. They're very gentle. Oh. And they really don't have to be. Cubs have also got to strive for dominance. They've also got to sort of leave their mark, show one another who sits where, who's above who in this ladder. It's not just the adults. Oh, here it comes. But they are all part of a clan after all. So although they will fight, and they'll definitely fight over food, at the end of the day, as long as everyone sort of maintains their role, their status, they need one another. You can't be a social animal without other members of your own clan. Secret mass, you're saying you love their emotions and their eyes. They have very, very soulful eyes, don't they? I completely agree. I don't think everyone would agree, but you can see right into their soul. And it's been such a joy this year, really, from the 27th of March last year. It's almost been a year. Happy birthday, Ngwazi and Shambulu. This is your birthday month. It's almost been a year of absolute joy with the Djuma clan, really. From finding Ribbon, knowing she was pregnant, following her, spending hours upon hours, dragging Davy out here to just sit and watch and wait. And then we found 2 little bundles of joy. And then from then on, it's just been female after female having cubs. And now every single adult female, Ribbon and Djuma, Heart, Corky and June all have cubs. Every single one of them. Can you hear Navella's tantrum? Navella, you're too spotty. Why are they all growing up so fast? And things will start to change this year. Ngwazi and Shambulu will sort of spend more time away with Mom, with Ribbon. Joel, apparently there's been one brown hyena spotted. Ha ha ha. Not the spotted, the brown hyena who was spotted. But I've never seen one in Djuma. I believe you do get them in the Kruger, and you do get them in different sort of urbanized areas throughout South Africa. And on my next leave, Davy and I are actually taking an adventure, now that I've got all of my wisdom teeth removed, to go and see the brown hyenas. It's on my bucket list, my absolute bucket list. So we're going to go somewhere special to find them. But they are said to be the rarest of all the hyenas, believe it or not. And they're also called the strand wolf in Afrikaans, which means basically beach dog, because they are known for combing the beaches, especially on the west coast of Namibia, which clashes with the Atlantic Ocean, to look for carcasses and hunt the seals. They actually hunt the seals. It's a remarkable thing to see land meet sea. You've got this sort of really hauntingly beautiful coastline. It's called the Skeleton Coast. And there's lots of skeletons. And it was actually termed by the sands hunter-gatherers a long time ago, the land God made in anger, because it was that treacherous. Horrendous conditions, rough surf, sailors died. Once they made it, they could never leave again because they couldn't get out through the surf. Really tough Atlantic Ocean conditions. And these hyenas have arrived and sort of adapted to these conditions. And they feed on the seals, especially the pups. So when all the seals come onto land, they know that this is the perfect food for them, full of nutrition. And it's remarkable to see it. But yes, here in Djuma, not so much. You really only see the spotties. The spotted hyenas are the most common out of the family, the Hyenidae. I think that was a bit dramatic, everybody. Or maybe they can hear something I cannot. But you get the spotted hyenas, the brown hyenas, the striped hyenas, and the aardwolf. That's the four of them that make up the family Hyenidae. Okay, I am not going anywhere. Everyone, I'm going to sit here and enjoy the Djuma clan.
On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. Walking enables access to the smaller parts of nature, such as bugs, spiders, and flowers in much greater detail.
These are the wing buds right here. Isn't it just amazing?
I've never seen anything like this before. It is so beautiful. Look at those little legs.
Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we reconnect to the place that first taught us how to be human.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond and Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond and Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
My name is Moritz and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators. And as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
And turned into a very different position again, now touching each other. As we spoke about tactile communication a bit earlier on, where they do touch each other quite a lot. And just in that situation where they maintain that strong bonds that they have. But yeah, we've had a few moments and seconds where they have had lifted up their heads again. But we've also had the temperature dropping quite a lot now. So yes, there is quite a lot of movement, a lot of behavioral changes where there's shifting between different positions and so. But yeah, we're going to maintain this position, like I said earlier at times. And yeah, we're going to just wait for these guys to lift up their heads more. Wouldn't it be just amazing while we are live, just to get these animals up and going, just to see their heads coming up. But yeah, they are still waiting. You see, the other thing is the moon is still fairly bright. And being a nocturnal animal in general behaviors, you still get the Kalahari lions being much more active at night. But being male lions and being territorial male lions in the Kalahari, they would get active towards sunset. Most of the time, start contact calling, announcing their territory, just because they are not with a pride at the moment. They're in between the two prides. Well, the area where they're at now is literally sort of like close to the boundary of between North and South Pride. And yeah, so they could be contact calling just in a bit of a roar as they could go to announcing their territories a bit. Well, their particular territory. So the thing is that they run the entire areas that they roam around in to run that entire area as their territory. So the thing is, on Tswalu being a rather large size that they are ruling and regulating. If you start talking about other predators' presence and things around in the area, they obviously their territories are more just related to lions, obviously. But when you look at other species, obviously they do clash and come across other species of predators like hyenas and leopards and so forth in these areas. But yeah, I mean, most of those other species try to make their way out of the way of Kalahari lions, just because it's 3 males generally in a coalition that would run it out and about in this area together, as what the current conditions are, what we're sitting with. Shadow, you're commenting that they've got really handsome manes. It is just so impressive to see Kalahari lions. I definitely agree with you. It's impressive to see such stunning, beautiful Kalahari lions with those pitch black manes. It is really impressive. But I mean, talking about those beautiful black manes, as we spoke about it earlier on, with the functionalities of these manes, it's also quite interesting that when male lions are fast asleep, being most of the time relaxed when they're fast asleep, they could easily get challengers coming in, like challengers, if I can put it that way. And sorry for the accent a bit there, but yeah, looking at that, you could easily get a challenger coming in, and he could try to challenge these males possibly for their territories and or for their specific territory. And so it comes down to the thing that obviously being fast asleep in that particular motion and having that sudden surprise, it literally will have a sudden rise of a shot through sky high testosterone levels going quite high. And that immediate sudden rise of testosterone levels going sky high, that will have an impact on the pigmentation or an influence on the pigmentation of the fur of the mane. And that gets to a point, like, I don't know if you ever heard people saying that you give me gray hair, or people saying to each other that they could give each other gray hair. And this is literally just from a lot of confrontation. So people that go through a lot of confrontation or stress basically in their lives, it comes down to that it does have an impact on your heart. And it comes down to the fact, furthermore, that it does have an impact on the pigmentation of your hair. And the doctors that's listening right now could actually just helped me with that as well, thinking about the processes of how the impact of stress could impact the heart so much. But why I'm dragging it to humans is to giving you a bit of the understanding of why the manes also become so dark. And so it gets then to a point that if male lions generally gets into that stressful factors, then you do get that sudden rise of testosterone that colors the manes very dark in color, but not nearby as dark as the Kalahari lions, for instance, that will have that two-way coloration from the bloodlines that colors the mane dark, and then obviously on top of that, the testosterone coloration from the stress factors. But yeah, very gorgeous looking at those manes, for sure. We're going to send you back over to Lauren with a very active hyena den.
Very active hyena den indeed. Now June has wandered off. We can still see her behind us, don't worry. I'm very strict on that sort of rule that we have in place here. But if she does wander any further off, we will have to leave. And many of you ask, and I'll just explain it again, why we don't stay here when there's no adult. And it's basically due to the fact of good guiding practice. So the hyena cubs, as many of you can see, are very, very familiar with the car. They love the car. They come up to us. They bite the car. They have no fear. And although we don't harm them in any way, shape or form, what would happen is that it causes them to come out with excitement to see us. And if there's no adult here, then, and I don't mean myself, I mean a hyena adult, then there's no protection for the cubs. We can't protect them if a predator is to come, but at least June or Ribbon or Intima, they can. So we don't want to encourage all the cubs to be out here and there's no adult. And that's the main reason behind it. It's good guiding practice. And although Ngwazi and Shimbulu, at a year old now, they'll probably be absolutely fine. We've got such a range of age groups that we have to be careful that we don't sort of encourage them. Not everyone adheres to that rule, but just because they're hyenas, we absolutely should. Daniela, you're 7 years old, and a group of hyenas is called a clan. Just like me, I'm from Scotland. We come from clans. I guess I'm from the MacArthur clan, somewhere along the line. But anyway, back to the point, it's called a clan. And it's very structured. It's led by the matriarch. It's female-dominated. So the males, well, they don't really have much of a place in the hierarchy. It's all about the females. And at the very top sits the matriarch. And why? Why do hyenas have a matriarch? Why is there someone in charge? Why is there someone at the top? And think of it the other way. Think of it as if there wasn't a matriarch. Chaos. It would be absolute chaos. Hyenas running amok. They're very powerful animals. They're robust. Got really strong jaws. They could do a lot of damage. Having a matriarch, with elephants as well, to be honest, it creates order. It creates structure in highly social animals. Everybody knows their place, and it prevents sort of, well, chaos. Look at them. I'm convinced hyenas come out of the birthing canal playing with one another like this. I really hope June doesn't wander too far off, but if she does, we will have to leave. But with winter coming, it may mean that they actually become a little bit more diurnal in the sense that we see them. Because they will come out to get some sun. Most organisms do get a little bit of vitamin D, and they will obviously come out to warm up in the sun. It will be cold. So from summer into winter, there will be daily patterns that shift. They will change slightly. didn't catch that name. But no, they do not all fit in the den. The adults cannot get in there. It's just for the cubs. How fun. All of them, all 7 of them, fit into the den. But it's actually a lot deeper than it looks. It's quite a small termite mound for a termite mound. But I think it runs quite deep. There's probably lots of secret little chambers and hidden rooms in there. We've got some hyenas here in Po. I don't know what they're up to, but they're up to something. We've got Shimbulu, whose leg is looking absolutely fine, by the way. He had an injury for a while. And Gingarika. Gingarika's over here. Isn't that such a lovely name? And you can see that spot pattern standing out. Look at that. Look at that massive, it almost looks like a C or half a circle and that big black dot. There you have it. That will be her spot pattern. She's gone right in front of the car, as they always do. And now at the other side. Okay, everyone, I don't see June anymore, I'm afraid, which can only mean one thing. With a heavy heart, I will have to turn on the engine and depart. My goodness, they're all full of beans this morning. So I don't think I've got any hyenas around my car, so we must bumble and pull. We may just stay local and come back and check again. As long as there's an adult here, we are fine to be here. The car itself doesn't do any damage. You just don't want your presence to allow them to be so comfortable. They're comfortable with us. They're very habituated. Most of them have seen us from day one. Well, maybe not day one, but in the very, very early days of their life, they have seen the car. And they're not scared in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I just want to be careful that there's no other cubs just hiding behind here. Bye, guys. No, don't chase the car, please. Okay, at least I got to see them. It's been a long time coming, I must say that. And they're still using den number 3, which I actually find quite astounding, really. I really honestly thought they would have been moved. They would have moved by now. Must be rather smelly down there. Anyway, as I bumble off into the sunset, we are going to send you across to some lions.
So as we've been sitting here waiting for these boys and literally not have made a single move after the last sighting we've had, we are listening to some beautiful curricane bottom quails that's actually calling about. So what's happening is that just stunning while we're sitting in this peaceful setting, just looking at the formation, being able to see how restful they are, if there's such a word, if we can put it that way. And then by the same time, listening to the sounds as the temperature's dropping and we're heading off into the evening. But yeah, it's stunning to hear all these sounds coming out. So yeah, we're having these button quails. I'm actually trying to find a picture of them, actually, just to give you an idea. And then we'll push up the ambience again just to hear if we can, or hear if we can hear it actually again coming through. It's just so gorgeous by the sounds of it all. And just easing off into nighttime. I mean, it's just so gorgeous. Sitting in the Kalahari is just such a beautiful place where you just can't get enough of the scenery and sounds as it comes through in the evening. Yes, and these lions are they just keep on being fast asleep. So just to give you a quick idea of this bird, Morgan, we can just frame this bird up here quickly. And just to look at this bird that's calling out and about, so the common button quail is this particular one. Let me just lift it up there for you. There we go. So that's the one of the sound that was calling there about just now. It's gone quiet again, but once we hear it again, so this bird is about, if I can look at that being a matchbox size, about that size. We're looking at about a tiny bit bigger, just like a baseball ball size, and then about an egg breadth through the entire body from bottom to the top of this button quail. But yeah, also quite a seasonal bird that you would find in our rainy season, this time of the year round. But yeah, very cool. And that's the sounds that we've been hearing as we've been sitting here. But yeah, quite cool actually to think about it and thinking, like, if you ever come to a destination like this and you sit with a setting like with that sun just setting over the clouds again for the third evening in a row, where we're getting all that stunning cloud formations on the hills with the trees in the setting and so on, it is just so gorgeous. And would you know it, there is one male lion in saying that, with a gorgeous setting. He was feeling a bit alone there, as it's in that situation where we're talking about stunning scenery, and then he comes up. Leratu, you asking, could male lions ever take their kill back to the pride? You know what, lions are not really known, especially the desert lions, are not really known for carrying kills around into other destinations, especially a male lion. If he found out about a specific kill in an area where a pride has made a kill, he most of the time chases them off the kill, actually, quite dramatically in that formation, and then from that it will get to a further point where you will find that eventually he will allow the pride that made the kill to be coming back into the kill site. But I have seen Kalahari male lions hunting completely on their own, doing their own thing as well. That story where lions, the males are generally the lazy ones. Yes, it sometimes appears like that, but I've seen it where male lions joins in on female hunts as well. So they really do pretty well. I don't know if you heard that beautiful chunky mane just been shook about as he just shook his mane there. That is so cool, hearing that sounds again as he's slowly waking up, hearing the sounds of the button quails in the background now again. So I'm gonna just let us ease off into the setting a bit. We're gonna let us ease off into the setting a bit. Try to listen out for as much sound as possible while we're looking at this male lion with this gorgeous black mane. And there's a big yawn. So I don't know what you guys are hearing at the moment, and just easing off into all of these sounds and everything, but just still so special to be sitting in this peaceful scenery with these stunning two male lions and slowly but surely waking up alongside of all of that sounds. One couldn't just ask for more when you're sitting in a situation like this, having this peaceful environment with everything that comes into that mixture together. Stunning to see that colors coming out on that mane now, that pitch black colors. Very beautiful. I think this boy is slowly but surely starting to wake up. It looks like he's actually seen something down in the grasses. I wonder if it's not a brown hyena. This area that we are sitting in is a fantastic location for some brown hyena to come through this particular area. There's a waterhole not too far around the corner of the mountain here, and it's possible that there could be some of the brown hyenas as we're getting to that time of the day where they come down the mountains to have a drink at the waterhole to get going for the night's event. And so it comes down to that it's the right time of the day for those guys to get going and moving as they try to stay out of these lions' ways most of the time. Keegan, age 15, you asked at what age would lions start hunting, or be able to hunt for themselves as well? You see, most of the time, lions will always hunt in the pride. Whether the males are on their own or the males are with the pride, most of the time they hunt in that teamwork formality together. And so the thing is, young lions within a pride, this is why I'm bringing up the pride unity situation, because young lions starting up from a certain age, hunting, it's always in a pride. It's always when there's other members along with them being growing up in a pride, as it will come through that formation. So the thing is that at most of the time they get trained up by most of the lionesses, the young cubs, as they grow older. Once they get to subadult stages of about 15 to 16 months or so, I've seen young lions hunting at that ages and pulling into a carcass or busy carcass or animal that's been caught, busy being helping it to come down in the hunting motion. But yeah, I've seen it all coming together with that situation where they, just around 2 years, they start hunting really well in the Kalahari formation, just because it's a tough environment to live in as well. I've seen them perfectly hunting in around about 2 years of age. Once male lions gets to ages of about 3.5, 4 years, when testosterone level starts building quite a lot, that's when young male lion sometimes gets pushed out of a pride. But then he's also strong enough to hunt on himself, but then also he gets joined by some of the siblings that he got born from a specific litter. And then those guys will go and fend for themselves almost as a breakaway pride from the main pride. They do come and go between the pride, or backwards and forwards from the pride that we were talking about earlier. But so the thing is, they do mix and match every now and again, but eventually the pride will push them out completely. And so the thing is that they will have to fend for themselves at that given point. But it's amazing just to once again listen to these sounds and just thinking about how what these animals need to go through from such a peaceful, safe in mind situation to something where they need to think so hard in what they do, because it could be such a tough life in that conditions that could change from calm behaviors to something completely different in a tough wilderness environment like this. Yeah, isn't that just a stunning head with that mane coming up? And what would be obviously the next best thing is for us to see that beautiful black mane coming arise in the last bit of break of light that we're getting here. And to see that male actually getting up and stretching about would be so, so amazing. Especially to see this height on these male lions, as we spoke about it earlier. I mean, it's incredible thinking about how tall these animals become in the Kalahari with those big paws and the tall legs, creating those tall bodies, completely designed to have a lot of stamina and endurance levels in those conditions. And as I'm talking about, hey, it's time to get going, he drops his head once again and says to me, I'll show you that I'll rest a bit longer. So, guys, we just want to quickly take you back over to the stunning sunset formation that we have on the right-hand side. It's just so beautiful looking at that, what we're having there. I'm just going to dip below that. And once again, I just want to push up that ambience. And, yeah, just listening to all the sounds, looking at that gorgeous sunset. Paul, you commenting that it looks like a volcano with a light on top. I've actually seen a photo not too long ago, actually, of a volcano that was bursting out from the top of a mountain, like typical like this, and with the sun being on top of the lava that came out of this mountain. I mean, that I was just thinking about, as you were saying that, Paul, I was just thinking about the same image there that I've seen a few days ago. I mean, that is so gorgeous. How stunning is that? I mean, you got all that silhouetting of the lavender feverberry bushes on the top of the mountain there, where that is the majority of the species that is sticking out on the top of the mountain there, silhouetting with a cloud of its golden lining. But what's even more shocking is actually seeing how quickly the sun disappears and how quickly the earth is spinning. And there goes our curricane button quail, the common button quail. I don't know if you heard that one again. It is so gorgeous. I'm definitely agreeing with everybody that the sunset is just, it is just incredible. There's no words explaining experiencing situations like this. Stunning formation of those cumulus clouds just coming past the edge of the mountain there. It almost looks like there's a little hole in the cloud there as well. But how crazy is that golden light around the cloud in the blue sky? And it's actually gone to a beautiful golden light around those clouds. Brown, you commenting that what a beautiful sight for all of us to share at this given point. It is just so amazing to be able to share this given situation with you guys as well, and actually for all of us to experience this. Doesn't matter if you're sitting all the way into the other side of the world in California, or to the other ends of Germany. I mean, it's just incredible. And for all of us in South Africa even to adore this wonderful moment. Guys, this is just so incredible. So beautiful. Yeah, the Kalahari never neglects or lets down with a sunset. And just the scenery and everything that goes along with it. It is just magnificent.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. You know, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. We're just gonna go very quietly, very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was...
Beautiful. So we're now stopping here. It's pretty much we're stopping in a higher point enough. And then even though there's quite a beautiful of trees that are taking place, but all you see is beautiful of sky, where the sun is already set down. But the beautiful still there. It's gonna go soon, but it's still slightly beautiful anyway. In the direction from where we are, we're looking at towards the Drunken's Back, the northern end of it. Beautiful sound of all the rain frogs. ravens. They say it looks like an island in the background. It's true. It's such a beautiful, with the whole dark just below there. All you started to see there was a mountain, but beyond that, and that's where the golden rise, where the sun has disappeared into, looking in the western direction from this reserve. All the fork-tailed drongos calling about, and am I right inside? But we cannot see them. It's going to be a beautiful night though. Clear sky where there's no even a single cloud when I look above, but hopefully it applies the same tomorrow morning. It's going to be also one of the nice days. Michelle, so you say you love the silhouette of the tree. Yes, it is indeed a beautiful silhouette. And I always come and agree that. So every time we wish to see kind of things like this, you gotta have a beautiful sunset, and after that, whenever there's a clear sky, and then all you see through those horizontal, all you see that all the mountain above that, it's all the sky, and then of course below it's all trees, and it's all fantastic. So I'm going to carry on. We come in an area where we have to sit around. I know it was this location is where there was a pride of lion disappeared, but nobody knows what would have happened. Maybe they would return back from Ngala Private Game Reserve, where they've been seen moving into. We're going to be driving around here. Look, check. Listen to an audio. Because they do communicate whenever it's dark. So I'm going to be sending you back to the line with Yuan.
So we've literally had the funniest thing happening right now, where this male on the further side away from us, he literally just wanted to grab. We've got these little bees flying around here at the moment, and I don't know if we'd be able to pick up on them, but yeah, just because of the sweat glands that secretes a certain bacteria coming from that sweat gland itself, from the sweat that comes out. So flies and mosquitoes, I don't know if you ever heard about people saying, or certain people saying, that they've been attacked by flies and mosquitoes, especially mosquitoes, more than other people has been. Or you sit in a crowd and people say the same thing over and over again. And here the thing is that certain animals, especially like lions and even the wild dogs, roan antelope, sable antelope, as well as oryx, sometimes get attacked by these certain flies, like the louse flies. And this was now actually a little bee that was flying around here, irritating this guy quite a lot. But yeah, the thing is that, bottom line, with these presence of all these insects flying around at the moment and so on, it's just because of the sweat that comes, well, the bacteria that comes from the sweat in the sweat glands, that certain individuals and certain animals gets, shall I say, more attacked than others actually. But yeah, that was so interesting seeing this guy was fast asleep, and you could see he was literally so irritated by that incident that he literally just grabbed this thing in the air, like from sleeping to grabbing an insect flying past. That's crazy. But yeah, very, very cool actually, as we've seen that happening. Oh, so we were kind of hoping that these guys would have been active by now, as they could have been starting to actually groom a bit more. You do see movement every now and again. We've just had the male on the right hand side yawning again, and obviously yawning and grooming and all of that is the process for most of your predators, especially lions this time of the day. There we go, and there's another yawn. Nola, you're asking if lions are better hunters at daytime as opposed to nighttime. The thing is, lions are very strong nocturnal hunters, and so the thing is, being very much so, it saves the battery energy, if I can put it that way. So the energy levels are much lesser consumed as they are mostly night active. So that is why lions, when the temperatures drop down so nicely, as we can see, the light has dropped completely now. The sun is gone, but we still got that last crepuscular light happening at the moment. So the temperatures that drops down, that's why lions most of the time at this time of the day could start getting active into nighttime, but mostly will definitely become active at night from a position like this. But yeah, very gorgeous seeing these two boys in this location. But yeah, incredible thinking about seeing two of them actually obviously overlooking that stunning landscape that Morgan has just framed up there again in the backdrop. Look at the Coronaburg Mountains just stretching out in the distance. While we've also been sitting here, we've had quite a bit of animals coming through in the distance where we have that thickets down there below. And we've actually had another herd of kudus that came through, passing by, obviously again because of the camelthorn tree presence and obviously being browsers. And those are the kudus that I actually think that we've seen earlier on at the waterhole that we've been passing by when we had those zebras on the screen earlier on this afternoon. But look at all those peaks from all the pressure points from the tectonic plate shifting that was happening in this area. Researchers are actually backdating it up to about 1.8 billion years ago. So how can they say something like that? It's literally research work that's been done, and hardcore research, if I can put it that way, on some of the rock formations in the area, as Tswalu is very much based on research work, especially as it fits hand in hand with conservation. And so it comes down to the bigger picture that these researchers, these geologists were doing this research work on some of the formations, and they could actually see on some of the shiftings of the rocks that it's backdating up to about that long ago. But yeah, looking at those mountains, they are, if you start talking about mountains in average in the whole world, they're actually fairly young. But yeah, if you look at that, it is, I mean, as humans, we look at that, it's long ages back, if we think about it. But yeah, beautiful, gorgeous mountains. We're going to be sending you with that beautiful view to Lauren on a mission.
Am I on a mission? Unfortunately, our spotlight is not working, so it limits us a little bit, but we are just going to bumble around quarantine for now. Bumping into leopards on the road is definitely not unheard of on quarantine. And I am going to finish my riddle for you all. Now, I'm going to read off my phone. Bear with me. Okay, it's a secret. So,
I have wings, but I can't really fly. I rather fall with style. I also have a head, but I can live a whole week without it because I don't need my mouth to breathe. My name sounds rather vulgar, at least the first part, and to be honest, I don't think many humans like me. Who am I? I hope you've been taking a note of all of those clues. Tell me, everyone. What species, or you can tell me the phylum, am I? Yesterday was a nudibranch, and many of you did very, very well to get a nudibranch. It's one of my favorite organisms to see in the ocean. And this time, yes, that's all I'm going to say. I look forward to hearing your answers. And so my hand just wants to do this. And of course, at night time, we're looking for the eye shine, so I'm not really probably going to be able to pick up eye shine right now, but you never know what we might bump into. Quarantine's a very productive area. There was baboons alarm calling very close to the dam cam this morning, which made me think there could be a leopard in the area. Some of the roads on the other side of the dam cam, so in Vubu, have been closed again. They're just really not in good condition. Oh, I'm getting answers. Okay. RVJ, a colony of mongoose. I'm going to just make sure that that is what the director said. Can you confirm that was what you... Oh, okay, no. Not even close. Not even close, I'm afraid, but nice try. Definitely not a colony of mongoose. Definitely not the right phylum either. I'm not sure mongoose can live without their heads, or they can survive in the Arctic, and they definitely can't fly. So we're slightly off on that one. We're just going to do a loop. Miss Klalamba's been spending a lot of time on quarantine. Lizard King, a vulture. I'm just going to turn down my brights. I often feel for the Impala when you go past with your very bright lights. A vulture, I really don't think can survive without its head either, and they can fly. Nope. Definitely. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Look at them squinting. Okay, I wonder if I can do it with no lights. Okay, I think I can. Yes, vultures can fly. This organism can't really fly, to be honest, but they do have wings. Okay, do you think we've cleared all the Impala now, Impo? I always turn down my brights, but I feel guilty. There we go. Oh, okay, no, we're not going to be able to go any further, everyone. Okay. We've encountered a little bit of a roadblock. Okay, everyone, I hope I get the correct answer soon, but we're going to continue our bumble around quarantine and send you guys across to Andrew for an update.
Thanks, Lauren. So we also on a bumble around here and hoping to see if there's one of the Nocturnal that will come out about for us. And this is what we're doing, shining around so that if it's any Nocturnal that is hiding about, the spotlight will be able to tell us by those eyes of that animal reflecting back to us, then you know there is something. And this is that time when most are nocturnal. They will love to move about. Do they hunt? Lucas, so you're asking what I enjoy about driving at night in this area. Well, at night, I enjoy the night because most of the time, the animal that you see, it's not an animal that you always see during the day, not an impala as those. So if you're lucky, then you find a small owl, you find a snake that comes about, scorpions, and that. So you don't actually just find any animal. So there is a specific animal you search for. Janet, most cats. But it's also how we find, when you use the spotlight, how we know exactly what we're looking at through the eyes. From that we can able to tell if it's a cat or if it's not a cat. So this is what I enjoy most. So I'm just standing around here, taking another route. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren.
Still no luck on any life around quarantine, but we do have some answers. Well, we do have the answer and some people who got it right. So I'm going to read it out to you. Sir 50, well done. Linda, well done. Dave S, well done. And Christine, well done. You got it right. It is in fact a cockroach. Yes, sounds a little bit vulgar. But a cockroach, an insect belonging to the phylum Arthropoda. Well done, guys. They can survive without their head, apparently, because, of course, they breathe, as I mentioned, through the tracheal system, so the holes in the side of the body, and they can move around. Of course, they have wings, but they can't really fly. I mean, they can't fly great distances. It's more a case of get up into the air and then fall down again and see where we land. And they can survive in sub-zero temperatures. They're that robust. And of course, their closest relatives are termites. And termites are the social organism that form the collective. They form the superorganism. So well done, guys. Very proud of you all. I will have another one for you tomorrow. But maybe it was a little bit too staggered today because, of course, we had some challenges technology-wise. So maybe we need to do it a little bit more consecutively. And I'll have another one for you. So yesterday we did the nudibranch, which is an oceanic animal in the phylum Mollusca. And today was a cockroach from the phylum Arthropoda. I'm not really sure I'm going to be very successful at finding anything, but one shall try. Never give up. I mean, when you look out on either side, it's just pitch black. You really need that spotlight to bring out the eyes. And it's not just the predators. You'll see prey, you'll see nocturnal animals, you'll even see insects. The eyes of insects also shine in spotlights. Lots of hawk moths. Moths are
generally speaking, nocturnal, but not all. You do find diurnal moths as well. Oh, it always gets to this time of night and people ask the favourite sighting. Diane, I don't even know if I could possibly answer that question. What is my most exciting sighting at night? I think I've failed. I have failed here. I honestly cannot think of an exciting sighting. I've had so many. I guess it would be with... this is possibly not what you're expecting, but a while ago we used to drone. We did the thermal droning. And we used the FLIR camera. Some of you will remember the FLIR, some of you won't. And it picks up temperature. So when you look through the FLIR camera, your animals will be warm. They'll be pink and red and purple. And we used to use the FLIR camera on a drone. So we used to go out nice and early in the morning. I remember my alarm used to be set at 2:30 a.m. And I remember I was on with Sebastian and we found Tingana. We actually didn't realize it was Tingana. He looked so big we thought it was maybe a lioness, and he had just killed an Ngala bull, I'm sure. So you can only see colors on the FLIR camera, and you send the other vehicle in, and the other vehicle goes in to investigate exactly what it is you've just found. And it was Tingana feasting on an Ngala kill. So I think that was super exciting. Is it a lioness? Is it Tingana? We don't know. I'm going to go with that one. It's very tricky to pull out one single sighting, especially at night time. It's always a little bit more difficult at night time. Okay, I'm going to try my very best here, but we are going to send you across to Andrew, who will have a spotlight.
Thanks, Lauren. Yes, Sam with us. Well, still driving around in these few roads here. Haven't come across anything yet that is a nocturnal for us, but good things. And I mean, it's always best thing when you drive at night like this. It's all lovely. So since Lauren was explaining about what most exciting sighting at night happened, and also what I have seen, special sighting that happened at night. It's actually lions. Was actually lion hunting on a zebra, but it was a night time where we had a very good actually experience of how do they hunt that zebra. And then what we done there, we all shut off the spotlight or any light. So we were not helping nobody. So we just watched it naturally happen. And then of course, having guests with us, those were their first time in this area, but haven't seen anything like that. When they haven't seen the killing things. When I asked to see it, we had spent time watching that, and when it's happening, when everybody cry in a vehicle, which was very sensitive, I understand. So we now have to move off that sighting while the lion still killing that zebra, which it was an amazing, I mean, but we first things, make sure that everybody has to enjoy, but if it's no joy or people not enjoying, then first priority is the people. So we have to move off. And when we come back the following day in the morning, just to see what happened, So there was there about 9 lions that they were actually killing that zebra, but then there was nothing left. And the zebra was pregnant, or she was pregnant. All we was seeing was the little hoof of foal that it was inside of that zebra. So most of the killing, especially at night, is where cats more likely to love so much about hunting in the dark, because they have a lot of chance. So if you're around with them, all you do just to make sure your light is off. Don't worry about losing sighting, because sometimes when they chase, you're more likely to lose sighting, because then they'll be gone and you don't know where they're gone into. But it's so important giving them a chance to do their own things. So you're asking what I have seen pride of lions. So for this week, I know I haven't. Firefly. So you're asking if I ever seen firefly? Not this time. And then it's been a while since I've seen one. But if I do, then they usually come out when it's humid. And this is where they fly around so much. But when you see, I've got my jacket on now, so the temperature dropped a little bit. So if you ever see one, then it's also going to be nice, but they're more likely to come out when it's humid. And they fly about, come out. So I'm checking now towards this area of quarantine where it sometimes provides a greater sighting when it happens.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
And welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. We have, as you can see, we've left those beautiful Kalahari male lions as we have decided to continue driving towards the sun, because that is definitely something to look at. So as we're progressing over this hill, we have just found that the sun, yes, the sun's gone down, but looking at the coloration on those mountains, above those mountains, I mean, it's just so gorgeous. So I'm gonna actually stop on the top here, so let us have once more a good view and a look at that stunning colors coming out of the last bit of the mountains there. They actually say the best part of a Kalahari sunset is the half an hour after it's set. So looking at that, I just want to get the perfect clear view, just to give you a bit of idea there as well. Looking at the stunning colors coming out there. So yeah, basically we have lost the color there by the looks of it, but yeah, looking at that stunning silhouetting on the mountains there as well, it is really, really gorgeous as well. So yeah, guys, we have come to that time of the day where we come close to the end of the drive. So just a bit of an update for tomorrow morning. Your cameraman Morgan will be, we will be having a swap in our cameraman where BK will be taking over from Morgan, and Deirdre will be your Kalahari guide for tomorrow morning. But yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to share a few magical moments with you over the last 4 days that I've been with you, and it was really, really special. So don't forget to join us back in the Kalahari with Deirdre tomorrow morning, Deirdre and BK, to come at 6:30 tomorrow morning as the drive time will start, and then up to about 9:30. We will see you at Central African time at that given point. But yeah, beautiful. As we want you then at that, in saying that, to look at that gorgeous view on that silhouette as we're going to let you ease off into nighttime. Goodbye for now. So folks, just as I was about, well, where I said goodbye there as well, it's like I can't get to a point where I can't get said to